close one or two things out. There we go. But yeah. I did just a little bit of grinding, just a tiny bit, you know. For those who didn't watch last video, this was like completely empty for the most part. So yeah, I was also just trying to get some more resources, but I've also built up Xiao's weapon right here, which used to be a double shooter, I believe, double shot or whatever it was called. But now it's the Divine Beast title. Having this gives you the title of Divine Beast, which it's still decent ways away from going to the next tier, but pretty good. Deus Ex can still be anywhere from like almost done to. It's going good. I was just explaining how I was building stuff up off screen. But yes, I can turn this into the Summer Brainstorm, but I want to know what this might be. The newest character obviously hasn't been touched much because I haven't even, like, I don't even know what he plays like. Oh, no, I do not. Well, actually, give me a second. Give me a second. I have the perfect. I have exactly the response for this. I'll lose. I knew I bought this for a good reason. This is my mug. I knew I was gonna ask questions like that. God damn it. Yes, this is the perfect response. No, not usually. Well, ever since the summer came, I've had this for a while. Ever since the summer came, it's or once the summer's heated up so much, it's kind of been hard to constantly be cycling the water into the mug and then drink it. Because oh my god, I would be dehydrated. I don't know. Tastes like water. But luckily, I won't have to be. Yeah, I love this. I love this mug just because it's just. I just look at it and I think, nobody will ever take me seriously as long as I have this. Yeah, it's. In Celsius, it's over 30. In Fahrenheit, I believe it's probably like at most 110, but probably like around 100. Just based on like quick mathematic. Quick estimate. The word I was looking for. Black winds bar the way. A strong wind will blow it away. Is that what this guy does? There we go. Oh, fine. Luckily my house has AC. Which is more than I can say for some parts of the world that are getting a similar heat wave. Like here in the UK, they literally don't have ACs. They're like, well, usually it's hot or usually it's cold and muggy up here. It's just like when Texas got that massive heat wave or not heat wave, they got a cold snap that essentially just like froze all of their power stations. This guy moves around. So he has some sort of staff. I imagine he also gets spears, though I've never seen any of his weapons appear. I don't know why I'm thinking of how to build this weapon up, because I can't. It's literally just his starting weapon. I made the same joke. I was like, she gave him the suck. Considering this dungeon. It's usually just because I have a very dirty mind. Oh god, what did I say? I literally like, because he was poisoned by a scorpion, and I was like, oh, she gave him the suck, and I'm like, yeah, I fucking called it. How do I judge my partners? Shit, I used to just be like literally any affection would be enough for me. Like just somebody to love me would be fine. But like as I've lost weight over the years, and I've like cleaned myself up and, you know, started shaving properly, which I need to do tomorrow. Like probably should have. I didn't even look in the mirror. Check. But as I've slowly become more attractive, it's so weird for me to say that. But as I've slowly improved myself, I've been raising my standards a little bit. But honestly, I haven't tried the dating scene. I'm mostly a loner. Plus, I want to wait until I think that I'm worth loving. It's so... Yeah, pretty much. I've always been kind of shy. I don't know. You don't know me that well then. I barely want to put up with myself alone. Want to burden somebody else with my problems. I don't know. I at least want to get to my goal weight before I even think about that sort of thing. At least that and get a job. Those are the two base requirements before I even think about dating anybody. But that's just me. Oh, Party dirty! Ah, I'm already thirsty. Stupid brain. Yeah, not requiring a job at my age is very lucky, though. Still makes me feel extremely scummy, I guess. So, how long do I have to hold this or is this a block? Oh, that's an attack. Man, that's weird. It's basically a counter? Let's see what happens when this thing tries to get close to me. Oh no, it sends out wind attacks. Have the elements set to. And if I were to do this, does it change the appearance at all? Oh, not really. Okay. This is literally the first time I've ever used this character. I grinded for a few hours just to catch back up. Also, I did catch the one of the two legendary fishes in this game. Off screen. It literally took me hours. At the past like 3 hours, I've just been trying to catch this one fish. it tells me what the traps are, so I don't need any keys to get. Yeah, of course. I forgot to shelf some of the stuff. I don't need. I believe I have 2 crystal knives, so this. I like crystal knife. Ooh. That looks nice. For some reason, even though it's like an incredibly impractical design, I've always had a thing for swords that had that sort of like hollow inside. Unless this is coloring. Let me switch to them and see. It's actually see-through. Yeah, it's see-through. I always had a. Ooh, it's actually. Well, I mean, to be fair, it is like hollow on the inside, so I imagine you would be able to stuff it full of random gems. But I've always had a thing for the sword design where the inside is hollow. But yeah. I forgot I brought this out of storage. There's so many weapons I'm in the middle of building up. Let's go back to the Serpent Sword. I still need to get used to this character, even though he doesn't have a proper weapon yet. Oh, you definitely can't jump this. To watch it! Wouldn't that be funny if you just could? It's like the one character that could pull double duty. Yeah, he's extreme. Oh my god, he's actually good at fighting flyers. God, if I knew this was gonna be a thirsty area, I would have drank more. Or, I would have brought more water. Oh well, I have plenty of healing items to compensate. Or escape powder, nice. He's quick for a melee. I know my HP's going down, but I don't have any water to fix it anyways. Or do I? Probably should have stocked up on some water. Oops. As long as I find some... Oh, God. I need to relax a little. Okay, I always forget how wide that golem can hit. Still, this guy is, oh my god, he is so more convenient than the other 2 melee characters. He's like melee that can actually have some reach to him. Because when I was fighting these things as Tone and Goro, I'd have to use like the charge attacks to not get just slammed repeatedly. But even that, it was a crapshoot. Okay. It's a super long animation that I can't skip. It's fine though. I'm using fire, that's probably not the best attribute for this area. A wind probably might also not be the best choice anyways. This guy's actually going to be enjoyable to build up. Because, oh my god, these golems... These golems are actually trivial in comparison to how I've been grinding them for the past, like, hour. Because they drop repair powders. Well, they don't drop them, they can be stolen from them, so I've just been smacking them over and over again. I really hope there's some water on this map. Oh, there it is. It's kind of weird because most of the maps have it like against the wall. tone for this Atla. Hey, Toto. The chests also blend in. I feel like I'm going insane whenever I'm looking for them. Radunga. Friction again. Shouldn't end up too close to these things, because they will blow up when I kill them. Could you stop blocking, please? Stop blocking and then retreating. I need to remember that's your suicide attack. Yeah, everything is the same. It's the same, like grayish, brownish color. So everything blends in together. I really utilize the minimap for all these chests. Kinda late in the floor to get the map. Pretty much already had it all mapped out. Alright, let's switch off Ungaga, because he's just gonna keep hemorrhaging HP. There we go, see? Oh, I can get a repair pad out of those things. I feel... I feel like I don't want to know what part of the dune is jutting out of the ground when that happens. I literally, the entire time I was grinding on these things, I was like, is that just their dick? Is that... Are they just doing like the Donald Duck thrust? God, for some reason I just love that meme. But my favorite iteration was one time where it's just... And it's not even, like... It's not even that much different than the still image, but it was just the image moving, like, through space as if he was literally being propelled by its erection, and I was just like, damn. I wish I could travel by boner. God. Like, literal crotch rocket. There's my bomb. I used to get rid of these two enemies, hopefully. At least one of them. Where is it? There you go. Yeah, I missed this thing. Let's cycle back to the water. Tone's completely maxed out on water. And HP. He is eating all of the apples of Eden I can get him. This might be where I'm forced to play as Ungaga, and only Ungaga. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that name right, but there's not much I can do about that. Immediately required, though. Glad I can at least take a bit of my time, though. I feel like that's not how you're supposed to word that sentence. But yeah, don't have to rush. Oh, there's a mimic. Yeah, Tony, you got this. Immediately starts blocking. Spent a lot of money on attachments, so I don't have much left or anything else. I was gonna do my money grinding just before I started I decided against it. Now, let's not wait. Level the weapon up. Alright, we get on. We still need more metal. It's a good thing I just grabbed as many as I could. Beyond that, we just need magic. Which I'm fine to just let build up. Worst comes to worst, if the serpent blade just turns into like a Deus Axe or something. Something I've already seen, I can just put it into somebody else's weapon. Right, I'm just gonna switch to another character. It's all messed up. Is that just on my glasses? Yeah, it's on my glasses. I was like, there's hair in my eyes. Wait, no, oops. Hair on my eyes. Effectively, anyways. I can only, I mean, I can get around without my glasses, but I can't really read anything that isn't right up in my face. Throbbing cherry, which, of course, doesn't sound right. Yeah, and anyone who wants to use the strategy of catching the fish, basically what you do is you either go to the waterfall in Makataki, or the oasis in this map, and you catch the fish there with a poison apple. I'm just gonna warn you though, it takes forever. I literally thought the game was bugged, or that the guide that I was looking at was just lying to me. But eventually I caught it. Just had to spam, like attempt to see if any of the fish were interested in the poison apple, and then reset, and then just do that like 100 times. Not fun. And there's another one that can also be caught in the same two areas, and I'm just like, if I catch it by accident, I'll take it, but I'm not gonna go searching for it, because otherwise I will literally succumb to old age. And I was gonna like try to catch it on stream, but I was like, my god, I would actually lose my mind. That would be a 24-hour stream just trying to catch one, knowing my luck. Alright, I love how whenever I go into that menu to change characters, the game just starts lagging. Another attack. Actually, this is how you tell I like a character, is that I'm using... I'm willing to use a weapon that they're not even gonna be able to do anything with. That is also true. I do actually want to get Ruby some experience. Ooh, god. Hidden invisible walls. Well, in actual walls. Yes, I believe this armlet turns into one of these platinum rings, but it also has durable on it, so I'm gonna turn it into an attachment for something else. Though I could also just build it up. I would much rather give that durability to somebody that I use more frequently. Like Xiao. Xiao is my go-to range character. Honestly, I don't even know why. I mean, aside from just like having another character, I don't know why I would be using Ruby over Xiao. Because, yeah, her elemental attacks are more powerful in general, but she's also just so much slower, and Xiao can just completely unload on somebody. So aside from, like, the mandatory boss fight that involved this character, I don't really... Oh, I mean, and aside from the doors that they have to open, I don't really see why I'd be using them. They don't have anything special. I'm just trying to think. It's like, yeah, they have this charge attack, but it doesn't really do anything, like, spectacular. Like, Xiao doesn't even have a charge attack. She just delays her shot if you hold the button. I'm honestly just trying to think. Like, Goro has a better special for one-target fights. And Ungaga has more reach. And he's also better at hitting things above. And probably has a decent area of effect with his swipes, his side swipes. And then Tone is just the person I built up the most. But Ruby doesn't feel like she really has a place in terms of just like general exploration. Right, Transfeather. I was like, what in the world am I looking at my inventory for? I hate my poor memory. Got you. Okay, prickly. I'm pretty done with the fishing minigame. Like I'll during grind sessions. Now that I've figured out how to catch that one fish, which is super fast, I'll just be using poison apples if I really feel like I need. But if I just want to like turn my brain off and not do, I mean, even then, I feel like it's just the fishing is just so tedious that even though I wouldn't normally do it, I kind of just don't want to be spending like day in and day out sitting around waiting for the fish to come. I kind of do want to be moving on to another game. So, well, not even moving on to a new game, moving on to just like one of the other games I've been playing. Since there's soon gonna be, what is it? There's multiple, there's multiple updates for games I've played before that are still in early access, so I'd like to get back to those as well. Not that I'm in any rush. I mean, since I got into this part of the game, I've been experiencing parts of this game that I've never seen before. Like, I've never unlocked Ungaga, I've never been to this dungeon before. Yeah. What is Ruby even good for? I mean, she has the first weapon I've found durable on, so we're getting that special ability to put that on other weapons is one thing, I guess. But that's sort of just like a weapon specific thing. It's not really going to help combat at all. I mean, since she focuses on magical attack, she probably has like just well, all of her weapons are capable of doing magical attacks. Like this is completely unupgraded and is 40 MP, so I guess attributes are going to be super strong. So if I really want to abuse something's weakness, but even then, it's like I could just throw stuff at them. So it's kind of hard to justify. But yeah, it's like maybe I'll find the use for her later. I'm just trying to think of like any enemy that I wouldn't be fighting Xiao that I would want to fight Ruby with Ruby. Because I feel like with Xiao's attack speed, she can essentially do the same elemental stuff while also doing physical damage. Like on something, unless something's completely immune to physical damage, aside from like Ruby's attack. So like literally only when an enemy cannot be fought with anybody except for Ruby, then Ruby's useful. So like for her boss fight, for example, we had to alternate between physical attack and one of Ruby's attacks. It's also that her attacks have a bit of a travel time, so... It's also that Xiao's attacks are super quick in both the time at which she can just start moving again and attacking, and just the time it takes for them to hit. What the heck was I think I was just... Well, I know I was just building this up. Putting something else, so I'm just gonna throw just random upgrades into it. So whatever it gets put into will get a nice sizable boost. Just anything that I can easily replenish. So like any of the elementals, any of the elements I can just easily go by with just a bit of money grinding. Oh, that's not Tone. This is Tone. This is like, Tone, when did you become a cat girl? Yeah, I'm still kind of like hard pressed to find. Like any time that I'd be willing to switch, as opposed to being forced to. See, this is an example of what I was talking about. I could potentially be infinitely comboed by that golem, which has happened even with the Tones. Sometimes Tone takes no damage from that slam, so I have been juggled for quite some time before. Unfortunately, like, even if he gets knocked down, you can just heal him, so I haven't actually died like that. I've taken several hundred points of damage just going through that cycle of getting knocked down over and over again with his slam. I think Goro can just like charge attack over and over again really easily, no matter what attack it chooses. Alright, Ruby, you're still up. I like fire. I feel like I've hit this thing with... I feel like this thing has dropped thunder before. Yeah, that does more damage. Maybe. I feel like it's... Well, also the element is... On this weapon, the thunder element is weak, so... I think this is doing... I think it's weaker to this element than fire, but... Not by much. thing as well. Which is weird. Why? I mean, yeah, why would something made out of stone be weak to electricity? Of course, the mummy is probably weak to unholy. It's an undead, so it's probably weak to holy, I should say. Oh yeah, I'm excited to see the dungeon after this, because I was slightly spoiled on this, and just in terms of like before I even played the game in the first place, seeing my friend play it, or my friend's brother, I should say, just to be correct as much as I can. And I saw him in an area that looked like this. Oi, King Mimic. I thought I was gonna get lucky there, but luckily I knew there was no hope, so I didn't get excited until it started too late. Funny thing is, I don't need treasure keys anymore. I can just open every one by just triggering the not triggering the trap, by being told what the trap is and just correctly putting it in every single time, because I have the answer. I have the cheat sheet. I wonder what the even more rare fish gives you. If the super rare one just gives you, or if the rare one gives you knowledge about what's in, or what traps are, then what would the other one be? And I have no way of knowing without testing. Which means I need to go and just like fish out an entire like ecosystem of fish until I find the one creature, or the fish. Also, while I was looking at the fish, there is actually a horsefish. It's not even. It's just a fish with a horse's head. It's like 90% of the fish is just the horse head, and the other 10% is like, you know, the fins and, you know, all the other parts of it that, you know, are kind of required for it to live underwater. Get the Martin. Gavarin? Close enough. That's not tone weapon. Oh my lord. This is super long. Sanga. Lightweight and easy to use forked lance. Which wants wind and ice. Okay. Currently give you 3 wind. That sounds like the perfect excuse to switch to this guy. And yeah, thunder. Thunder's what I want. So my throat. It's a bit raspy. I don't twirl your weapon just yet. Oh, I can't see. I haven't found any of this guy's favorite food yet. I went through the other areas and found even more food for defenses. That is, I'm not going to be switching this weapon anyways. I was about to remove that debuff, and I was like, oh. The amount of times when I was grinding that I got cursed, and I was like, this is just making it so I do exactly what I wanted to do, and would have to literally, you know, use resources to like open up the wheelhouse for me to make a mistake. God, these colors are trivial. This guy. Another Atla. And now that I have a weapon for him to build up, I'm gonna be using it. This is gonna be like 9 day from when I used Goro. Because holy shit, Goro early game is just so hard. to play when you don't have a real weapon for him. Because he has no reach. He's slow and has just one of the slowest ranges, but he also has one of the best charge-up attacks because it makes him immune and it does so many hits. Well, all the charge attacks give you invincibility, but Goro is just it lasts for so long that you can have like entire enemies doing their entire attack animation and just be able to block the whole thing. Which is what I did with the golems, because they do that shockwave that lasts for like a second. And Goro's attack, if you time it like it's not even like a harsh timing. As long as you time it like reasonably, it just completely negates any chance of you getting hit. Okay. Unga has been summoned. I was already using him, so this is fine. Oh my god, this guy's so nice. Like, if I'm close enough, they can't even dodge back. Oh my god, no wonder he's the greatest warrior. he has the legendary art of having the longest stick in the room and just poking the shit out of people. Though I've always been partial to swords myself. That's one thing that I like, even as I've learned that, like, oh yeah, well actually spears are like one of the greatest weapons. It's like, yeah, but if I was ever, like, you know, sent into a world where I had the choice of what weapon I could have, I would definitely go with a sword. It's hard to argue. Like, I mean, in so many stories, like, the guy who uses the sword is usually the hero. Like Link in Zelda uses a sword. That was a game I used to play a lot when I was a little kid. Or not even play. Just like watch my friend play. Because they had way more games than I did. Well, I mean, the friend that I'm talking about was like a teenager when I was born. So, of course he had more of a game collection than I had at the time. So I was usually like mooching off other people's games, but then again, like, considering how far away the closest game store was back when people actually bought physical games by, you know, walking to a physical store, which is, you know, essentially the Dark Ages, back before Steam. God, I'm older than Steam. It's weird. But, yeah, I used to see, like, a lot of Zelda, like Cloud from Final Fantasy VII, which is one of the best RPGs ever made. You know, he wields a sword. God. I'm trying to think of, like, how many characters in video games didn't wield a sword when I was a little kid. I mean, Tone from this game uses a sword. Ryu from another game from my childhood also uses a sword. Oh, my memory is not the best right now. Does this give fire? This weapon does not need fire. Correctamundo. Amethyst gives ice, which this weapon does in fact want. So anti-stone, mimic, and plant. Actually, you know what? Save those for now. Let's focus on just using the basic models, which I of course don't have very many of. You know, let's also just try to raise the base stats. I usually don't do that. Well, I usually just throw another weapon on top of it. and call it a day for its base stats. Nope. He's not injured, his weapon is. Means I'm soon gonna have to bail out of this area. But yeah, I'm glad I didn't test this guy. I did not touch this guy at all. Because I did not... I didn't want to spoil myself to, like, knowing what he would do. Ruby, in the other case, I already knew what she played like. Yeah, same thing with, I assume, the final character. Oh, right, yeah. I can't actually see. Well, I'll show that menu off for effect later, but the sixth character, I also won't play off-screen before I play on-screen. Oh, honestly, I wish I used this guy. Oh my god, my life would have been so much easier. Yeah, we should be the... Wait a second. Is that a building that I picked up? Or is that just... Oh, odds and ends is not a store. I thought we were getting a second store in this place. Though, Queens is kind of got all the merchants you could ever really need. I need to stop being careless. That can really do a lot of damage to your weapon using that move. Not think I was too close, but I was. Alright, please don't block me. You wouldn't do this to me, would you? Oh. Stop! Oh no! Okay, that was careless. I could have just left the area. I don't know why I was trading hits with him. I could have just healed in the fountain right next to me. You just being dumb. But this is Brooks' house. Hopefully he's in, so I can trade with him. Ooh, items. Spellster actually needed one of those. Please give me all this repair powder. Luckily I can now sell every single treasure chest key. Great premium water. I don't really need cheese. Superheel's fine. I need this throbbing cherry. Escape powder? Wait a second, don't I have like too much escape powder? Well, yeah, literally by one. There we go, let's grab a cheese. Also, I have way too many antidotes. Still kind of an unreasonable amount. There we go, that's more reasonable. And I can buy some more repair powder, and a bit more cheese into the water. There we go, now we should be good. Yeah, let's build up. I assume... I have the houses for some of these NPCs. Boy who lives with Josuke. Yeah, there's one totem pole. Zabo's house. Even have Zabo. Maybe not as good a warrior. I don't know. Oh my god. Oh no, it's just It's because it's on like a desert mound. Woo. Go down here until I figure out what I'm supposed to be doing with you. There you go. I don't know where this guy was. I don't have Zabo. Chief Toto. I don't have Toto's house by the looks of it. We'll put down the road later once I figure out where everybody wants to be. A resident has settled in. So this character should be somewhere. Ooh, Dino Slayer. I also needed that. Wind. Take it. My god, all I did was a few floors and all of these items have appeared. It's another gourd. I'm getting to the point where I found so many gourds that I'm capping out on certain people's water supply. Scorpion jerky. One Giga's favorite. I love how he eats the thing that almost killed him. Come on, me, I have to pet my dog. Which every time I try to pet my dog, it's always a competition of who's gonna show the most affection. Because he's trying to lick my hand, so when I pet the top of his head and like rub between his ears, he always tries to like pull my hand out so he can like just lick my hand. So it's always funny. Just to watch, just every time he lets me, he looks just so sad because I know he wants to lick my hand. But I know he likes to be scratched behind the ears as well. So I don't know about you, but if I was a dog, I can't imagine how I would get my paws behind my ears. Right, I'm just walking in circles because I'm literally trying to navigate using the analog sticks with my ring finger and my index finger. Oh, I can't control it. So scuffed. Any requests? Oh yeah, she's just telling me that. You must finish. I don't remember this lady's voice. You must finish the job you started. Mr. Ungika is strong, but he'll need the help to fight the genie. All I remember is I gave her like a really stupid voice. So there we go. Good enough. It's been a few days, so I don't remember anybody's voice. I remember her just being like a softer version of mine. Thank you for everything. Thank you for everything. Thanks to you, Mr. Ungaka, restored the hearts of the warriors. Tone, please don't let the evil defeat you. I will be praying for everyone's good fortune. It's really great that those two are good friends now. But it's so peaceful and it's so boring. My god. Okay, where am I? Right, I need to go into the new guy's house and talk to him so I can maybe complete his house. Which is going to be hard considering I can barely navigate. Let's go into... I believe this isn't the person whose house I'm looking for, but... Of course, there's stuff. Mimic Breaker. Actually, another thing. Holy. I like how there's this food here, but by the time I find the guy who actually belongs in this house, that food's gonna be long rotted away. Honestly, I'm surprised it survived storage anyways. It believes he's handsome. He's not bad. Excuse me. Well, I've never seen you before. I see it's you, the boy I hear about stirring things up. My name is Jabubu. Pleased to meet you. Muskalaka has a mystery. Has a mystery. Has a mystery that nobody can solve. I'll tell you the story some other time. In a request, or how will I know what's done? We'll talk about the mystery of Muskalaka. In a request for building? Nothing in particular. Oh, just keep the custom of the pole guardian. Ask the chief about the details. You need for your home. Can you place the hay for the roof by my house? Oh, and don't forget the totem pole. Oh, wrong menu. This is the correct menu. Should be able to finish this house right now. Oh. Like how I went up to it and then went away from it. Alright. Why? I don't understand. But why? Why? Oh. Ah, my legs! Ah! Dude, if somebody jumped like that in real life onto sand, oh my god. The blisters on your feet, like especially hot sand, oh my god, it like... The sand would just be like... I mean, sand in real life is just like tiny, coarse bits of, like, rock. It is very much not something you want to be, like, catapulting yourself through. Like, it's essentially like getting carpet burn. Like, it's less... It's probably less damaging than, like, rocks. But it's still the equivalent of, like, dragging yourself across the carpet. And the thing is, carpets don't normally give like sand does. So you can really end up, like... Well, also sand can't get in between everything. You catapult yourself into sand like that, the sand is going to push itself... Like, you're not going to be able to fall flat. Like, you are definitely going to, like, dig your feet into the ground, like, slip, you're gonna twist your ankle. Oh my god, like, you're not jumping off a roof into sand like that. Like, obviously, it wouldn't be as bad as, say, because it's loose, so there's some give. It wouldn't be as bad as, like, falling into, like, well, obviously, if you fall from a high enough height, like, the sand won't be able to move away long enough to cushion your fall. But jumping off, like, where he just did, you would still end up, like, oh my god. Just... Not to really freak anybody out, but honestly, the most detriment, and obviously this is relatively minor in the grand scheme of things, but the real damage would be the sand getting, because he's barefoot, the sand getting in between his toenails and just being driven up there. Like, that's never coming out. How do you get that sand out from underneath your finger or your toenails? That's his problem. It's because, oh my god, it is just like a little bit of, like, dirt in between your fingernail and your, like, nail bed that's underneath your fingernail. Like, which is the same for toenails and fingernails. It is such a sensitive area. You don't want stuff in there. I clean my I regularly clean my fingernails to make sure there's no dirt. Well, whenever I look at my fingernails and I see a little bit of dirt, I'm like, get that shit away from me, because I see the image of that being driven in farther down, like farther, like in behind my fingernail, and I'm like, oh god. Like, obviously there's not much room there, but sand is very fine. So it is possible to have like sand caked into your fingernails, or mud. Usually it's mud. Where I grew up, and there wasn't much. I mean, there were beaches, nice beaches as well. Like beaches. Like, we could have a small population in the area, so you wouldn't have like 100 people at the beach. You'd have several dozen. Like the beach, relative to like the places that I experienced, was still more populated. Like, to me, that was, oh, there's a lot of people here. But it's like, then I see like images of like beaches in America, or like any like populated area, and I'm like, holy shit, there is more sand being taken up by blankets and like umbrellas than like I've ever seen in my life going into my local one. If I say local, it's like an hour away. I mean, if you went along the coastline, you'd find a beach eventually, or at least an area that looked like a beach. Or you could just like jump in the water, because I was raised on like a I basically was born on an island. Well, I was born on an island, so it's quite a decently sized island. So, at most, even if you're at the center, you walk like, or I mean, okay, walking is a bit like ridiculous, because like, who in the modern day walks anywhere? But you take like a 5 hour. Take a 5-hour drive in any direction. Oh, it's about 500 miles. So I'm trying to do the math. Oh, okay, like, I'm trying to do the correct math, and I'll make the island sound smaller or bigger than it is. But if you go far enough in any direction, you'll find water, which makes it an island, usually. So, I was confused. It's like, what's the difference? Never mind. Why am I trying to like talk about the word island? But yeah, like, you could literally just like go to the coastline and just jump in. So you'd have to worry about like whatever potential sharks there are if you're jumping into salt water. But I mean, I jumped into the water all the time, and I didn't get eaten by any sharks. Obviously I wasn't tasty enough. But yeah, I don't know why I had to. I know why I had to bring it up. It's because it's already unrealistic that he would survive the fall. Well, not survive, but like be able to stand. That it's just like, also, he's landing. His house is on like a sand mound, so it's slanted. So he would probably just slide away. Like, I don't care how many gold medals at the Olympics you get for being like professional Olympic gymnastic or gymnast. You can't land on uneven ground that's already like you can't land on a soft surface that gives way that's also on a slant. That's like I don't know. That's like somebody skateboarding downstairs, essentially. To anybody who's, never attempted it in real life. But yes. Hi there. Looking at my house, return to normal. definitely not the right voice. Looking at my house, return to normal. Looking at my house, return to normal. I just felt like screaming. Say, why don't you come in? It's close enough. I really appreciate this. Thanks to you, now I can live my ordinary life again. Busy ranting to remember shit. This is to show my gratitude. Ooh. I appreciate that. By the way, have you noticed something seems wrong here? The aesthetic sense they have here in Muskalaka is not very good. That Ungaga is regarded as handsome and desirable, and I'm regarded as plain looking. Shouldn't they take a better look at me? I mean, come on. I'm sorry, pretty boy. Ungaga is just swole. He's just lanky. He's a better warrior. It's a meritocracy, baby. Look it up. What is the definition of beauty, anyways? Does such a thing really exist? I mean, beauty, of course, is in the eye of the beholder. Of course, some people find, though I disagree with them, find me attractive somehow. But, I mean, it's really a cultural difference, or like a personal difference. Like, because attraction doesn't necessarily mean just they look attractive in terms of okay, looking attractive and being attractive are two different things. So seeming attractive means you have qualities that suggest that you are, a desirable mate. So Ungaga is a warrior that looks like a warrior. Probably has scars, muscles, looks like he's lived long enough to have had experiences. Would be more attractive to people who are looking, or attractive to people that are looking for a seasoned warrior, a grown-ass man. Well, this guy is just a pretty boy. It's like, yeah, you got the looks. You look pretty. But, like, not everybody wants a pretty boy. Like, what's the pretty boy gonna do when a gang of thugs walks up and starts harassing their significant other? If pretty boy ain't got it doesn't have what it takes to back that up, him being a warrior and all, then, assuming the woman knows the traits that he has as just being like beautiful in terms of just like aesthetic, purely like surface level garbage. Like, he looks like a child. He looks like somebody who's never fought a day in his life. He looks like somebody who focuses more on what he looks like to other people than like actually like being strong. Like, he worries more about looking the part than acting the part. And many people will know this. Like somebody can be attractive because they look rich, and they can look just absolutely in terms of just like purely physical appearance. Like, not what they're wearing, or like, how clean their teeth are, or like any of like the things that are like, a sign of wealth or poverty on the other end of the spectrum. They can be physically just butt-ass ugly. But that look of like their clothes, like, this is clearly somebody that has a lot of money, had a lot of money, has family that has lots of money. That's an attractive quality that you can see. You can look attractive because you show traits rather than purely just looks. It's like it's quite easy to give examples of like things that look unattractive. Like, if somebody has, for example, let me show my arm. Like if somebody has like say a tan or something, if their skin is like pale ass white, you're like this guy doesn't go out much. And whether or not you find that attractive depends on the you. Do you find people with light skin attractive compared to people who have, sunburns? People that, have muscles that, are uneven, because this is, though many people wouldn't know this, but uneven muscles shows that you're using your body in different ways. If you have uniform muscles, on the other hand, like say your arms are the same size as your legs, it looks like you're doing it on purpose. But say, like, for example, like a really old example is like the ancient warriors of Spartans. Now, obviously, historical records vary depending on, their sources. But usually it will be said that the spear arm and the shield arm would be very different. They would be muscular. They would be trained to use the weapon that they would be held in. But usually they wouldn't, depending on the person. Soldiers would usually focus, one hand is always the shield hand, one hand is always the sword hand. And those parts of your body are doing entirely different things. One is focused on, like, defense, of course, someone's offense. The motion of swinging a sword or stabbing with a spear are very different than blocking attacks with a shield, moving it around your body, keeping it in formation. The shield arm, depending on circumstances, usually doesn't have to move necessarily as fast, because depending on the size of the shield only needs to move slightly, depending on the shield, of course. Because if your shield relies on its center being the part that's hit, like say a shield that's more reinforced in the center, and you have to hit it on like the perfect point for it to get maximum effectiveness, then of course you're going to move it around a lot depending on the surface area of your like prime blocking point. But like your shield arm would also always be a certain distance away from your body, or your hand, I should say. So it might be more tensed up constantly. It might be more buckled and bent constantly, so it might grow differently in terms of muscle. Well, your weapon arm will of course be constantly extending, depending on circumstances. The shield arm will be much more rigid, but not necessarily in a bad way, but much more so in this arm only does these 5 things. Well, the weapon arm has to, like, the attacks to your shield are coming to you. But for your weapon, you have to move your arm to send your weapon in their direction. So, of course, those 2 acts will have varying different... Oh, why am I going on about this? Because I love it. Because I love saying shit like this. So, their arms would develop in an entirely different way. So, asymmetry, depending on the circumstances and depending on the knowledge of the person looking at them, can be very good signs of different things. Like asymmetry of the face, a perfect symmetry, mirrored symmetry of the face is very unattractive because it feels very artificial. Like, say these 2 characters right now. They are very much... You wouldn't describe them as being perfect depictions of humans. Because they kind of... I say that. In this perspective, you can definitely say that Ungaga, on one hand, looks a lot more asymmetrical, at least from what I'm looking at least because of the angle. Ungaga is more side-facing, while Jabubu is more forward-facing, so you can kind of... It kind of makes it look like he's more split down the middle, mirrored on both sides. Of course, the stash. We're only talking about the face, in fact. And also the fact that Ungaga's wearing a hat. So you definitely have a feeling that his face is more asymmetrical. And perfect symmetry is off-putting. It's just completely... It makes you feel like something's artificial or fake, or, you know. Like, take my dog, for example. My dog's face isn't symmetrical at all. His eyes have, white marks. Like white spots, essentially. Where I don't know if it's actually like an eye. I mean, he's been to the vet. They've never mentioned anything about something being wrong with his eyes, so I assume it's just discoloration, where his eyes never fully matured, or the pigments never fully developed, so part of his eyes aren't colored in. That's besides the point. But there's nothing wrong with that. It's not asymmetry to the point of being off-put. Like, heterochromia is often seen as off-putting, but like brown eyes with like flecks of blue or pale white, there's nothing wrong with them. That you would never like consciously say like, oh, that's kind of like it's noticeable, it's unique, but you wouldn't describe it as off-putting. The two completely different eyes could be off-putting. And of course I'm using a dog in this example, because I don't really have a mirror. I can't look at my own face. Well, I mean, I can't actually. But also, obviously, asymmetry, on the other hand, in a small dose, is important, because, again, perfect symmetry is bad. But you obviously want your body to look... Like, you don't want the left side of your face to be very different from the right side of your face. Like, a small scar, and obviously it varies on person to person. In fact, depending on the scar, I personally find them attractive. Depending on, like, obviously, if it looks like they're in constant pain, it makes me feel like I'm in constant pain. Because that's just the way my brain is wired. When I care about somebody, my brain immediately, like, sympathizes with their pain in every regard. Like, if somebody looks like they're limping, my legs hurt. I both love and hate it, but that's besides the point. But of course, obviously at the extreme, when the left side and right side of your face don't look similar at all, and it looks like you're two different people, or up and down, or just like, if your face looks like it's been... If you look like a Mr. Potato Head, where pieces have just been pulled off from somewhere else and stuck on your face, you look freaky. So you need, obviously, the most natural people have significant, like, they look natural. Natural people have small levels of asymmetry, like, say, something on one side of their face, like, say, a mole or something, or, just anything. Well, that's not on the same... Or freckles. Freckles are a perfect example. Freckles are very easy, like, if they're, like... In art styles, or depending on the artist, they can be, like, symmetrical freckles, and you're like, who the f... It's like, freckles don't come in that way. Like, I get freckles when I get a tan, usually. Well, I say usually. You can see them in my arms where I have just, like, the slightest of tans, and you can kind of see where it's coming in right here. The freckles. But, usually, when I'm completely out of the sunlight, I don't... Like, in the winter, none of these freckles are there. For the most part. They're some of the darker ones are always around. But the lighter ones only come out, or are only revealed when I have a slight tan, or I've gotten any sunlight, which the past few days I haven't been, well, I've been more strict on my diet. That's besides the point. But, like, to expand to the rest of the body, you can definitely tell that both my arms are not necessarily the same. Though, of course, with this camera, it just trust me, rather than trying to, like, use my examples. Just trust me. But like, I mean, of course, I'm an actual human being, but like, I don't look necessarily attractive on average. I look average, but being average. Okay, for human beings, being average in appearance usually means most people will find me neither attractive nor ugly. But super, super attractive people, to some people, look ugly. They look off-putting. They look too, especially if they're wearing makeup. Like people with plastic surgery to try to like look perfect, like a supermodel. Like yes, supermodels, best example. They look unnatural. Like certain supermodels to me are like, it's like damn. Like you don't. You look like you get cosmetic treatments and surgeries every day of the week. At least that's what my brain thinks. And that's not me saying that, they're ugly. But I'm just saying that they're a bit off-putting to me. So, of course, it depends. But an average person... There are very few people that would say an average person is super attractive or an average person looks super ugly. Like, you never have that sort of, like, disconnect where it just, like, completely skews to one way. But on the other hand, when you have a super ugly person, most people will find them ugly. Just the same way that, some people. Okay, but it's like super ugly people are super off-putting, and sometimes super attractive people are off-putting. But people can still find super ugly people attractive, depending on the ways in which they are ugly. And it really depends. Are they ugly, like, physically? Are they just dirty looking? Do they look like they're a slob? Like, I often end up looking like a slob. I might look like a slob right now. But there are like, purely physical factors. Like, the ugliest man... Oh, great example. Ugliest man in Uganda has, like, 7 wives and, like, 8 children. Or is it 3 wives and 8 children? I can't remember. But, like, he is ugly enough to just bring a tear to a grown man's eye. But, of course, he's famous. And he has wives and children. Because when we, from the outside looking in, are like, how? It's like this guy is probably got some sort of money. I mean, he has probably got some form of fame. He's probably the most ugliest person in Uganda. He's probably also the most famous person in Uganda. So, of course, those are attractive features. So just because you're physically ugly doesn't mean you're necessarily unattractive. And the same goes for the opposite. Like, you could be a perfect supermodel 10 with the perfect level of asymmetry to not make your face look off-putting. Like, you could look completely natural beauty, unaided by makeup, blah 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 blah, example after example. Well, you could just have an ugly-ass personality. You could treat people like dog shit. You could just swear like a sailor in completely inappropriate times. Like, you could just be just a disgusting human being. Just never wash yourself, never bathe, smell like shit. Be poor. Like, despite the fact that you're beautiful, you can't hold a job to save your life. And these are unattractive qualities. It's like, who gives a shit that you're beautiful? You're just eye candy. You're exactly like candy. You taste good, but it's bad for you. So that's my 2 cents on this. I'm not saying the guy on the right is ugly. And I'm not saying the guy on the left is ugly. I'm just saying, to the women of this village, I'm pretty sure they gave more of a shit about warriors. And one looks like a warrior, the other one looks like a pretty boy. And while I'd like to have the appearance of a pretty boy, I'd much rather the practicality of having the capabilities of a warrior. I don't know if my hands correlate to the images. I don't give a shit. But I hope anybody who listens to this understands what I just went on with, because I've already forgotten half of what I talked about, and I don't want to be repeating myself, but I already did. But that's my 2 cents on beauty and attraction. You know, maybe if you got rid of that yee ass haircut you got, maybe you could get some bitches on your dick, and maybe Tanisha will call her your dog ass after she's done fucking with the lawyer, whoever she's fucking, or brain surgeon she's fucking with, and then racial slur. Sorry, that is like the shittiest cold read of that. But yeah. But yeah, and this is just my final 2 cents on like attraction from my perspective. Well, not in my perspective, because I've already done that. From how I see myself in terms of attraction. I, of course, am very unattractive. Like, physically, I'm average. When I clean up. When I clean up, I say I'm decently attractive. One of my graduation pictures, I look like a fucking politician. I look like a obese politician, which, depending on the politicians you're not comfortable with, the ones that you're familiar with, kind of count for a lot of them. At least many that well, not all of them. But people in power that have money, that are lazy, and become politicians usually end up getting some pounds. But that's neither here nor there. just taking a shot in the dark at politicians that I don't even know 100%. I don't even know a dozen politicians out by heart. But for the most part, I'm a slob. I smell, well, at least recently, I've been cleaning up my act end. I usually shower frequently enough that I don't smell. I haven't had energy in the past few days. Usually I keep it to, at most, 2 days without showering. At most. Though obviously in the recent days I've had a hard time trusting myself to stand. And I have a fear of dying in the shower, because all people die in the shower all the time. You know, just falling. And it's not even that they're old, it's that they're unable to stand up. And if I don't feel like, because I'm obese, I am 240 pounds, which isn't a lot in comparison to what I used to be like. I obviously have the strength to stand. Like, I can physically get up. But if I'm weak, if I'm in a weakened state, I don't know if I can get the doors wide open. It's okay, my family can hear what I'm saying. But I don't trust myself to, if I were to trip in the shower, I don't trust myself to get back up. I feel like I would struggle, assuming I didn't hit my head on the way down. If I hit my head on the way down, I am that's what I'm terrified of. Just, you hear the weakness in my voice as I said that. But I'm terrified of that. So, if I don't, the same reason I don't like when I'm suffering from depression, I don't touch my razor, because I'm like, what if I just have this psychotic thought and like bring the blade across my throat? You know, it's slightly irrational fears that also have kept me safe. You know, I would never risk my life in those sorts of circumstances, though I've risked myself in even dumber situations, but that's because I'm dumb. But I shave whenever I see my beard get too long and like noticeable. I shave it. My hair. I want to grow up my hair, but also a cowlick, which is just when like your hair just like sticks up on end without like any of your conscious like no matter how much you wash it, no matter how much you like. I would have to put um, gel in my hair or like hairspray. Sorry, I was just thinking of like what's the other word for hair gel, but like I would have to put something in my hair, which I hate doing because I hate the feeling of just having shit in my hair. So I can't really like. I mean, you guys have probably seen where my hair just like sticks up. Oh, I mean, I've streamed while I had like cowlicks, so it's bad, and it's so I constantly get my hair cut. Though I would like to grow it out over the winter, because I do prefer having longish hair, not longish for a man. Like, I mean, the longest I've ever grown it out is like shoulder length. So I think I'd prefer just like at least for my hair to come down to my chin. Not the bangs. The bangs are really fucking bad. Hi. Actually, not even. Oh. Bangs usually. I mean, I've had my bangs where they've reached my chin. Or like the hair coming down from on top. You know what I mean. I don't know why I had to explain that. But, So, of course, to move on, to remember what I was actually talking about. Like, I've cleaned myself up a lot, and when I'm cleaned up, I look decent. Nothing special. But like most of the time, and at least like 2 years ago, I would constantly like there was not an attractive quality about me. Is that my personality wasn't attractive. And this is back okay. Well, especially when I was super depressed. Like if we go back like 10 years, there wasn't like this is me morbidly obese, 300 pounds on average the past 100 years of my life. Yeah, good job, Brain. 10 years of my life. Which, on the high end, was like 360 plus. Obviously, I stopped keeping track at around 350. So, because who the hell wants to know just how bad it is? So, not an attractive quality. My personality was shit. I didn't talk. Didn't want to talk. I didn't shower. I didn't bathe. Of course, showering and bathing, same thing. I didn't brush my teeth. There was not a single redeeming quality about me. There wasn't a single attractive quality about me. Aside from, like, a few personality things. But those were, like, so under the surface that, like, I wouldn't let you get that close. Nobody would be allowed that close to see those qualities. So, I've obviously come a damn far away. My personality is still a bit hit or miss, but what the fuck am I supposed to do about that? I still don't know how to deal with that. But at least in physical appearance, my teeth are yellow. So, there's that. But they're not so yellow as to like look like I haven't brushed my teeth in the past 5 years, which when I was younger, I definitely didn't brush my teeth at all. Including in the complete neglect of hygiene, you could say, when I was in my teenage years. Just, I mean, life was shit for me. And, it wasn't awful, but, well, how high of a quality of life can you have when you don't want to be alive? But besides that, let's not go to downward town. Let's not, let's not go there right now. But now I've got, I'm cleaned up. I've lost shitloads of weight, which the fact that I've lost that weight, it's probably one of the most attractive qualities about me. And you might be like, what the fuck are you going on with? It's like, well, how many people do you know can bring themselves back from that brink of, like, morbid obesity, barely being able to walk? Like it at least from my perspective, and now obviously I don't know what other people would think out of the blue if someone was like, so yeah, a guy went from like 400 pounds and then just like without really, like, without getting a personal trainer, with just like him and like his like immediate family helping him out, lost like a shitload of weight. I assume most people were like, okay, he just stopped eating. He wasn't like complete couch potato mode. He, obviously just stopped eating so much, and that did like wonders. That's what I assume people will think. That's what I did, essentially. It's that I barely raised the level that I exercise, because I'm usually pretty active. I have ADHD. I bounce around a lot. You might be able to notice, considering I've gone from like left to right. I mean, it's not even like, I also talk with my hands, so you can kind of tell that I like to move. I like to move my body. Just moving my hands even more for emphasis. Anybody who's here for the game, just skip like another half hour ahead, because I might still be here talking. Thanks. Oh man, the best part is I didn't know if anybody was even listening, so I was just talking out my ass, like without even like worrying if anybody was like thinking of that, or anybody like. I was like, well, someday eventually somebody's gonna hear me saying this. This is gonna be on the internet forever. But like I wasn't like worried about it. But yes, thank you very much. But like, just to continue the point. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. But I'm trying to think how much. Like I'm trying to get a job. Obviously, neither here nor there at this point. It's kind of, in limbo. But that's, if it doesn't work out, I'll figure something else out. Which is probably my most attractive qualities now, or, of course, the fact that I'm capable of losing weight. Not in the sense of like the fact that I went and said I was going to do something and then did it. That's a very attractive quality. The fact that, if I put my mind to something, I can do it. That's very much where my attractive qualities come in. I'm trying to think. I'm always really bad at like thinking about the good stuff about me. It's one of my worst qualities. It's my inability to recognize any of the good stuff about me. But like, I guess I'm afraid of a lot of things, but there's a lot of things that don't scare me. Like I'm not really worried about like people knowing me. Like I'm not afraid of like people being like, "Oh, I know everything about you and I hate you." It's like shit, man. There's, how many billions of people on this planet? Oh my god, my dog just shed up a storm on my bed. It's fine. But like, I used to be super worried about what people thought of me. But like now I'm like obviously I'm not going out of my way to like upset people. That's not what I mean. Like I'm not like trying to be abrasive. But like I'm not afraid to be myself. That's an attractive quality. Like if I was in a relationship with somebody, they would know what I'm about. They wouldn't be like shot in the dark like, "Hey, I'm a serial killer." I would let them know immediately. And then if they didn't accept that, I'd just kill them. But yes, the funny thing is I cheated by looking at your comment and or your message and being like, It's like, yeah, exactly. Open. It's cheating. just, uh, just absolutely uh, using somebody else's words for my own benefit. But yes, no one would ever like be in a relationship with me for any length of time without knowing that I'm a complete weirdo, without knowing that like I play video games all the time, that like I'm extremely antisocial, I'm socially anxious, I don't go anywhere. Like they would never not know that. Uh, you know, I stopped hiding a long time ago. You know, whether or not people find that attractive, well, again, like I was talking about before, it doesn't matter how many people find you attractive. All it matters is you find one person. All you need is the one. Unless you're intending to start a polygamous relationship, unless you want 5 lovers, you only need one of them. Unless you're trying to repopulate the planet, unless you're intending to be like sharing future generations are 10% related to you, like you're Genghis fucking Khan, you only need one. Yeah. That's the thing, is that if you try hard enough, you got a lot of options. There's a lot of fish in the sea. Oh yeah. I don't know. Maybe I should go to Uganda, clearly. If you were here for me talking about the Uganda's ugliest man. Oh my god. Yeah, honestly, I'm more picky about myself than anything. That I mentioned this before earlier on the stream, but I won't even go into like looking for somebody. Like I've never used a dating app, and I never intend to, unless I get super desperate. If I feel super desperate, I'll try. But like I don't even want to start talking to people about this sort of thing in terms of like asking somebody to be my girlfriend or boyfriend, depending on how I feel. Just I mentioned before, but I'm sexually attracted to women and romantically open to men. To say it in the most weird way, well, not even weird way possible. To say it in the best understanding that I know. But you know, I wouldn't even talk to people with that until I can accept myself. You know, and I've mostly accepted myself, though I still have 2 requirements. Yeah, I am who I am. Yeah, I know that for sure. But my weight, I need to get at least to my goal weight, which is currently 200 pounds. And then once I get to 200, it's sort of just like losing the fat, putting on like some not like show muscles, but functioning muscles, like just like actually have a body built up to work. My hands are due to my lifestyle of the past like 20 years, yeah, literally 20 years, has definitely atrophied. So basically, the moment I was conscious of my own decisions, my muscles have atrophied to nothing. At least on my arms. My legs, of course, because I'm an obese. My legs are kind of like around the one area that I don't have a problem with in terms of strength. I could probably squat. I mean, I could squat 300 pounds, because I could squat like 400 pounds, because that's close to how heavy I was. And that's just walking around. Like, that's me, like, squatting down to sit down, or, you know, standing up. Like, that's literally, I did that for years. Like, I was that heavy, so it's like, of course my legs are that strong. Though obviously, as I've lost weight, they've obviously been, you know, returning to a more noticeably smaller size. But you know. Yeah. So it's the goal way and actually having like some sort of income that I'm because I'm currently on like welfare essentially, unemployment. But let's actually have money because it'd be weird to go on a date and be like, "Hey, can you pay for everything?" Or like, "Oh, just let me get this money that I haven't earned." It makes me feel weird. It makes me feel like I'm, you know, it doesn't feel right. Those are the only two things left. Once that's into place. And for the record, yes, I'm a 24-year-old virgin. But I don't want to love somebody until I'm ready to be loved. And that's just what I believe. And that's honestly, I think it's for the better because like shit. I went to high school with women who had kids. And when I say women, I mean like people my age with kids. And didn't really want to have any sort of, you know, situation like that. I don't want to have to worry about that sort of thing. Yeah. And like it used to make me feel bad, but as I've grown to accept myself, when I was ugly, like more so ugly, like when like I was saying, I had nothing attractive about me. uh, it's like I must not like sex because I don't like women. It's like but men. But I like the butts of men. What does that say about me? Oh man, I think I remember the Dexter opening. If you ever know that TV show, the one about the serial killer, not the laboratory, the child genius one. But I remember having like a high definition TV, watching that, and like I was like, Michael C. Hall. If I was in the room with him, I would touch his butt. That, or more so, because some people I was watching at the time were talking about like if you had to pick a male actor to be gay for, which one would it be? Like if you were gay, what male actor would you be attracted to the most? And I'm like, Michael C. Hall is definitely up there. Shaq, who technically counts because he's been in movies. Shaq, I mean, he's just massive. Like, damn. I'd like to be held in those. My family's also in the other, like, just outside with my door open, so they can totally hear me, like, talking about this shit. I'm sure. Give me a second. Let me look this person up, just because I have a bad memory. Oh, he's the guy who played in the Wolverine movies and the X-Men movies. He played. God, I can't remember the name of the X-Men character. Sabretooth. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I could see myself. I could see myself in bed with that man if I was interested in. Well, I mean, just cuddling. Like I said, romantically interested, not sexually. I don't want anything going into my ass. Oh, then again, I could. Never mind. I'm not gonna get into the logistics. Not gonna get into the logistics of this. But yeah, like some people are afraid of that. Like what are you gonna do? Call me gay? It's like technically wrong, but yeah. Yeah, but that would make me feel selfish. But then again, it's like, well, with a woman, it's like, what am I gonna do? I'm not gonna let her use a strap-on me either. So it's like, It's like, yeah, so I think the logistics still, you know, point to, to say you're not interested in having your buck be. Never mind. But yes. Honestly, like, I think the best part is that my family, I love making my family uncomfortable by the fact that I'm, I usually don't mention the fact that I'm romantically interested in men. So, I mean, they kind of, they kind of both don't and do know because I never talked to them about it. But, like, I always make them feel weird whenever I act, like, flamboyant. So I'm in touch with my feminine side. Well, actually, though, but, not in terms of, like, you know, like being. Sometimes I walk like I'm on a catwalk. Not not regularly, not like as in like that's how I wanna walk around, but you know, just to be funny. Yeah. It's not like I want to wear it's not like in the sense of like I want to be a woman. It's in the sense of like I'm not afraid of showing female qualities, which, you know, I'm not afraid of like I hate whenever every time I try to do a female voice, I like go into Valley Girl mode. But like I'm not afraid to, you know, soften my voice and wear like nice scarves that are all pretty. Which I actually do have a shawl which I use as a scarf, which very colorful. I love the damn thing. Every time I wear it, I make my family uncomfortable because I put it on and then I act like I'm on a catwalk. I love it. Yeah. But yeah, essentially, like I'm really not afraid to be who I am. But also, like I'm also like when I say like I'm romantically interested in men, it's like it would kind of be like a hassle to like maintain that relationship. Like unless they were also just like, hey, we just love each other. We don't, you know, we're just. I mean, I know this relationship would definitely be something that's happened before. Oh yeah, this is I never beat it, but yeah, this is also one of my childhood games. But like this is an example of the relationship that I would be looking for if I wanted to have a male lover. It would basically just be, you know, so it would just be like you know, I don't know how to describe it. I'm sorry if you're curious. I don't know how to explain this shit. But like you know, hugging and stuff. But like you know, I don't know. Yeah, essentially. Yeah. But yeah, essentially that's what I'm like. Honestly, until I had like so weird to say, but until I have sex, I'm not like you know, my sex drive isn't that high, which is probably my most saving grace. Is that like if I that's the reason that I another reason why I didn't want to have sex when I was younger, aside from the fact that like you know I obviously didn't put myself out there in any way, shape, or form, and also made myself intentionally undesirable in some aspects. Besides my point, if I had sex and I knew how good slash bad it is, depending, but usually, I assume it's. I mean, considering the I would have a desire for it more so than I do now. And I'm like, man, Considering how hard it would be to, recreate that magic, I would probably be in a deeper depression than I have been in well, not recently. I'm pretty good right now. I say pretty good. I'm probably better than I was when I was 4 years old. That's not saying I was in depression. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is that once that sex drive kicks in after the first after the losing my V card. The V card is like the seal on the sex drive. It is the warranty. Once I void my warranty, I'm screwed. All right. So after this long-winded, after this absolutely massively long-winded answer to this guy's question, I'll finally go on with the game. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely remember. I definitely remember my puberty, my mid-puberty to not be the best of times, especially as I began to explore the internet, if you know what I mean. So, but at least I didn't have desire for more. It was just like a constant desire, but it wasn't like there's nothing that will fit. There's nothing that could fill my heart like the grip of a real ass. Oh man, I'd be surprised if this isn't flagged on YouTube for sexual content. Just it's like shit. There's so much talk about. There's this image of this world's smallest cock mug. It's like damn, it's too hot for YouTube. All right. Does such a thing really exist? No, because it's derived from people's personal views. He's correct. That I literally spent over an hour to basically say the same thing he said in a sentence. Therefore, the one who is seen as beautiful by more people is y'all fuck. You had one job, and you blew it. All you needed to do was not finish your sentence, or not start a second sentence. All you needed to do was quit while you were ahead. The one who is considered beautiful by more people is the most beautiful. That's not how that works. To be fair, unless polygamy is, unless this guy's interested in polygamy. Because who the hell cares how many people think you're attractive? You can't have sex with them all. I mean, you could try, but my man, there's more to life than just sex. It's like, well, the living. Tell that to some hoes. Hell, if sex is your hobby, more power to you, but holy shit. What the hell else do you do with your day? It's like, man. But wait! But wait, that means I am plain looking after all. No, that can't be. It's okay. By the way, this man just for anybody who skipped ahead of my long tirade, this this guy just jumped down, and before we could even see him move back into his house or climb, he's already back up on the roof screaming like he did at the start of this cutscene. Ah! Ah! Why? Hello. Our chief used to be an incredibly strong warrior. She was still in her teens when she became chief. Amazing, huh? And her request for building Muskalaka? Oh, I've already. It's finished. Why? I don't understand. What is going on with Muskalaka? That is what he had to tell me? I thought he was gonna tell me about like the history of the village. All he was doing was complaining. Well, I am grateful that he gave me this Fruit of Eden, which Tone is maxed out on HP. Unga's an amazing fighter. He is probably my preferred melee character right now, aside from certain circumstances with Goro and Tone. Because Tone is sort of like the like he's super fast. He's super fast and like capable of doing just boatloads of damage. Goro is like his charge attack. His charge attack is just ooh. Just that spinning, that like long-winded animation has so many hits and lasts so long that you can dodge like a lot of attacks. But yeah, you played this game. What the world is the point of Ruby? I'm like, Xiao has clearly the better ranged attack. So aside from opening doors and like elemental stuff, but like again, Xiao has the advantage in terms of DPS. If like damage is what I'm looking for, like I could just throw one of her rings, Ruby's rings, onto any of Xiao's weapons and just immediately, like, unless elemental damage is like the only thing that damages something, but still, like, I don't understand what Ruby's for. Like, her charge attack isn't very special. Like, if it did like some massive, or not massive, but like, if it was like, I don't even know if it does AoE. I don't even think it does. But like, when would I ever use Ruby over Xiao? Also, you might have seen this, but man, I'm so glad Xiao doesn't have any lines for the past. Like, in fact, Goro had a line in the Moon People Village back when we were there. I'm so glad Xiao hasn't had more lines, because if she talked, I would have to use the voice that I gave her, which is like, Youngster? I don't even want to do it. I would need to see her lines to read them, but I totally gave her like this stereotypical like anime cat girl voice. Though I'm, of course, not very good at voices. I think the best and most consistent voice I've done is Goro, which I've just sort of given him like this sort of like, not squeaky, but sort of like harsh, like shonen character, where he's, you know, trying to pretend like he's stronger than he is. Or sometimes he, like when his father came up, his voice sort of like softened. I think he's the best voice. And of course, before I started streaming, I didn't do voices at all. So, you know, still work in progress. I'm so harsh on myself every single second of the day. Mighty healing, cheese. Ooh, another fruit bean. Let's make sure Goro doesn't fall behind too much. Yeah, they're about the same. You should... I remember when the flamboyant voice came out for Rando, and I was just like, seriously, Brian, you're not gonna let me give this guy a serious voice? And then at the tail end, I was like, well, I probably shouldn't ruin this by giving him just the absolutely ridiculous voice I gave him. My headcanon is that he was only pretending to be somebody else. You know, just in case somehow somebody recognized him. It's like, that's why he talks like an absolute madman. I say madman. I mean, to me, I felt like a madman doing that voice, because it's so far gone from my normal way of speech. Talking. Speech. Alright, let me just peek back into each one of these buildings. Just, oh god, that got stuck. I think the only reason I got booted out of the dungeon was, I think I got killed by a dune. That was just pelvic thrusting. I can't get out of my head that they're just pelvic thrusting out of the sand. And I just sort of like let it hit me too many times instead of healing myself. Alright, let's go. Well, we should be a little bit more prepared. Oh, I don't even think I need to be more prepared. Yeah, the amount of times that I've built up like half of a town and then had to take like a break to heal my throat is just hilarious. You should have seen the sheriff. Oh my god, I gave him like an absolutely... I'm probably gonna watch it again just to see what it sounds like, because obviously the way that my voice sounds to me is very different from how it sounds to other people. So I need to know how bad or good the voice sounded, because to me, I mean, it hurt my throat, to say the least. So I really want to know whether or not it came across as, you know, me just like ripping my throat apart for no reason, or, you know, actually being decent. Does anybody have a weapon that is partially, or mostly broken, I should say? So I'm trying to use something in my inventory so I can see what's in this chest. I'm not going to waste it on smell. Okay. That is damaged enough that I am willing to use powder on it. Yeah. Oh, what's up? It's been a while. How have you been? So it's damaged enough, I'll fix it. That should be good. Hello, Jim. Yeah, I've been getting back to my diet recently, so my energy has been awful. Also, I've been having really bad toothaches. And frequently getting to see the dentist the past few days. Aside from that, I'm same old, same old. I have to use my spin attack for here. Also, if people are wondering how much longer I'm gonna go, just to say I'm probably gonna go until the end of this dungeon. Not the floor, I mean like the actual dungeon. Like I intend to beat the boss. So I might be here for a while longer. So I definitely want to... let me look at the date. I want to say by the 16th. I want to be done this game, at least the main story, for one reason. Is because on the 16th, I'm getting root canals, or at least a root canal. I don't know, I have no idea how many root canals the dentist might decide to do. Because there's a lot of work to be done on my mouth, because obviously early teenage years, but not early teenage years. Most of my entire teenage life, I did not take care of myself at all. So, whole lot of cavities to deal with. Whole lot of, at least like 4 or 5 root canals. I'm gonna have to get done eventually. But yeah, I want to get this game. I want to get the game's story done before I potentially am rendered unable to speak. It didn't happen last time I got a root canal. I was perfectly capable of talking immediately after the anesthetic wore off. Yeah. Luckily, it's covered, which was the main concern. I was like, dude, can you just like, if it's not covered, can you just like rip the teeth out? But fortunately, it's all covered under like the unemployment that I'm in, or the unemployment that I have, the unemployment insurance that I have. Which, considering even where I live, dentistry is expensive. I live in Canada, where most healthcare is free. Not essential healthcare is free, but anything that is deemed non-essential is completely, up to you to pay for. Or get coverage on, the government doesn't hold your hand when it comes to, like say, liposuction, which, while it could increase your health due to, significantly removing weight and fat, it's mostly seen as, non-essential, unless you're literally dying because of your weight, and you need it off right that second. They're not going to pay for your session. It's intuitive. It's for me. Oh right, this is limited. It depends on the character. This guy is really good. So you can see me moving around, and whoops. It really depends. Like the enemies, depending on the enemy, they move in different patterns. But this guy has multiple obnoxious patterns. Like, see, he has the pattern of moving away. He has the pattern of moving from left to right. So dodge. Basically, he has dodging AI. He has, walk up and try to hit me AI. And he's also got blocking. So he is just extremely obnoxious. This is another guy that dodges. Oh. But he also has a ranged attack. And he also blocks. So certain enemies are just massive pains in the ass because of the weapon system. Because some weapons break. So if somebody's constantly blocking you and you're hitting into their block, you're damaging your weapon. But I'm safe in terms of my weapons. Oh yeah. If I break one of these weapons, this is deleted from the game. Like, say for example, this Deus Ex right here, that has, like, this Wise Owl sword, I can just buy this. So, I mean, obviously it's a +3, so it's been worked on for a bit, but I've been leveling it up. But this is like 99 endurance, 99 speed, 72 attack, 40 magic power. If it breaks, I have hours of progress lost, but that will never happen. But it could. It has happened to me before. Not in this playthrough. I've been very careful. It really depends. like you can't like cancel out of animations, but it's a PS2 game. The only PS2 game, or the only PS2 games that I remember ever having like Dark Souls level combat where you can like dodge out of your own moves is like fighting games, like literal fighting games. Like I don't know if Street Fighter was ever released on the PlayStation. I can't remember to save my life. Or the PlayStation 2, I should say. So I feel like some of them are released on PlayStation 3 and 4. But yeah, it's very much like it's still pretty decent. Yeah, like actual fighting, like 2D fighting games or 3D fighting games. Like I would say this, aside from the actual like PS2 From Software game, which I believe they did release a PS2 I believe FromSoft made 2 PS2 games at some point. I mean, back when the PS2 was a thing, obviously. But like, where they actually like had like a dungeon crawler that was super Dark Souls hard. This is essentially Dark Souls was Dark Souls for me when I was like 5. Like, yeah, this character is very, very good. He is, in my opinion, the best melee character. I mean, he has the best basic attack. I can't switch characters. I keep trying to switch characters to show them off. So let me get out of this floor, and then I will show you how the other characters play. This is one of the few floors. This is one of the pain in the ass floors where you're forced to only play one character. But this is the first character that aside from Xiao, which is one of the range characters, this is the first character I haven't had trouble with when I was forced to play as them. Oh my god. This is probably one of the most complicated speed. Okay, let me just show you. So this is a weapon I just got. So when you get a weapon, okay, let me level this up. So this is okay, this is a blank weapon. So you can put stuff in here. So for an example, you just saw that there was stuff in these slots before. The items, when you level it up, yeah, it is so in-depth. Because the game is so in-depth and it's so like complicated. But essentially, I just absorbed these items, completely random items that most of these items are found in places that are random to find. It is very RNG based, and it's a very grind heavy game for like a first time player. But obviously, a speedrunner would be doing things very different from the way that I have been, because they want to go for speed. So you put things in these slots to add them to your weapon, and when they level up, the things in these slots are added permanently. And you have to build up your weapons to make them stronger and raise the cap on their stats. So say this weapon wants all of its base stats aside from magic power increased, and it wants two new additional elements on top of what it started with, and then several. Yeah, exactly. So I know there's speedruns in this game. I mean, let me grab my phone. I can tell you the first one that pops up. Cloud. On speedrun. So Dark Cloud, any percent glitchless speedrun in 6.5 hours. And then I assume the glitched one is 16 minutes, which I don't know how they did that in 16 minutes, aside from just like hacking the game and making it play the end of game like cutscene or something, or like put them in the boss room somehow. Like I have no idea how they did that, but without using glitches. Yeah, I assume it's like, remember like the Pokemon speedrun where the dude is just like coding with Pokemon and just like essentially hacks the game from within the game, and it just sort of breaks the entire thing. Or like Zelda glitches where you just sort of like wall hack and just sort of like wouldn't it be funny if the different city maps or town maps were just sort of like right next to each other and they're actually all loaded in at once? So like if you were to just like force yourself through a wall, you would just load into one of them. That'd be like so weird. That's what I imagine they did. Yeah. So, and I mean, if you're not even looking for the world record one, there's 6 hours, there's a 12, there's a over 12 hour one, there's a guide, and then there's the second game. But I assume it's mostly luck based, but also like, just in terms of like how they would be playing, is I imagined they would be trying to rush fishing. That's my guess. I'm trying to think of the thing that'd be most consistent. I'm trying to think of the most consistent way to get like a weapon. It's either they're diving for chests. Yeah, there's fishing in this game. There's this weapon right here for Goro, which starts with a 99 attack. I imagine they rush for this thing. That is my assumption. They either rush for this thing, they go for fishing. Like, they could literally do anything. Like, this game has so many options. They could be dungeon grinding to get strong enough for the final boss. And I don't know, it's very technical. Like, I'm just imagining it. Because, okay, let me just, okay, let's take this Gladius, for example. Or no, I'm not actually going to do this, but this Deus Ex plus 5 can status break, and can change into a synth sphere, which can then be lodged into a weapon in the blue slot. So you could take, say, this weapon that starts with the maximum attack, essentially. I mean, you can go above a 99, but it just, like, the bar is full. Like, you could take this weapon that has more stats than most weapons can ever get, and you take that and you just slap it in this chick's weapon. You slap it in one of this dude's weapons. You just get a last judgment for every character to just slap into one of their weapons. And the thing is, you don't need to evolve it. You don't need to build it up. You could have this one weapon in everybody else's gear. Like, you would just be like quickly like mashing the buttons, switching, like putting it from here to here, and then the stats would just be added. Obviously a percentage of them, but they would be added to that weapon, and you would probably just see them like just constantly like going through these screens, just like an absolute lunatic. But I imagine it like, yeah, and honestly, that's probably what they do. They find an inn. They find a weapon that has a lot of stats, and they turn it into a attachment, is what the game calls them, the things that go in these slots, and they would just be flinging them around. Yeah, it would probably be a menuing speedrun, where it's a whole lot of, and then they would basically be killing monsters to try to find the key out. So once they have a way. So once they've figured out like the combat, once they've gotten their stats up to, like, you know, stat check the boss, essentially, to use a MMO term, which is just, you know, just the bare minimum to beat the boss in a timely fashion. They can just, all they need to do is kill one enemy. they only have to kill one specific enemy, the one that drops the key out. So I think it'd be great because it would be so dumb. The amount of times you'd see them, like you could see me in the one of the dungeons, the Owl Forest, getting so annoyed by the level of tedium because that area has three items you need to get out. You only need one of them, but it's random which one you need. So you can end up with 3 of them in your inventory, and then guess, like assuming that, oh, maybe this is the right one, and then using it, and then being told the wrong one, and then going for the second one, and then the third one, and at the last one be allowed through. And like, I just imagine speedrunning this game to be just, it's an absolute ball ache. Which, personally for me, I love watching disaster speedruns. I love watching the speedrunner, when I do watch speedruns, I love watching speedrunners tilt off the face of the earth. I remember like watching a highlight reel of like the best speedrun fails, and just a dude messing up this same jump in Mario, the Mario 64, the 3D Mario, the first 3D Mario, and him just messing up the same jump, and then just like resetting his run, and then 6 hours later, and then him doing the same jump and fucking it up in the exact same way, and then clip cut to him doing it again, and just being like, hot damn, my man. You know how many hours he could have saved by just trying again? Obviously, you know, a few seconds, assuming he's going for the record, for his personal best. Obviously, if he makes a mistake, he's got to do it all over again, but it's just like, oh my god, it's just priceless. It's just like, my man is messing up one jump. And like tilting out the face of the earth. And I can just imagine this game. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying about this game. So somebody's speedrunning this. I just imagine if you enjoy watching people tilt, like you could also break your weapon. Like if you're, like you have to be perfect. Like assuming that you're trying to speedrun and use the menus as little as possible and you're going for a world record. You have to be pixel perfect. Not pixel perfect, but like you have to guess, because weapon HP is mixed with endurance for how long your weapon will last. So, and if the weapon HP goes to 0, the weapon is permanently lost. So, ergo, you could potentially lose a weapon that you've been trying to build up to turn into the thing that you need to beat the game. Which, if you're playing slow, isn't a problem. But if you're playing fast, oh, if they're fast, I doubt it. I'm trying to think. Oh, the best part is, not only is a random item needed for progression on every single floor of the dungeon, those are confirmed to spawn, because how the hell else would you go to the next floor? But there's a random item needed to progress the entire game that doesn't have to spawn. Ever. Literally. You could be soft-locked. Actually, there might be a confirmed drop. I don't know if there's a confirmed drop, like, in like one of the chests around town. But at least from my memory, because I had already used whatever one I found in town, I got locked out of getting into a back room. Or, not back. I needed a back room item, which is the question mark right here. It's a back room, and it has some of the best drops in the game, like these gems, which give a boatload of stats to your weapon. Like this diamond right here gives 5 to all types of enemies. So take this guy for example. This diamond is a +5 to everything in this menu. And then say this Dragon Slayer gives a +3 to just one stat. So they're rare. Getting into backrooms is rare. At least until you get to the level after the one where you need a backroom item to progress to the boss. I literally got lucky and only took like 20 to 30 minutes finding one when I needed it at the end of the dungeon. So like, imagine a speedrunner being like, what the hell am I supposed to do? It never dropped. Unless there's, again, guaranteed one, which I don't remember if there is one. It's like, it didn't exactly note down what every chest is, which obviously a speedrunner would do. But, yeah, I just imagine, I just imagine the level, like, for me, this is the kind of game I would watch somebody speedrun. Especially for the first time. Their first attempt, it would just be, like, so perfect to just be, like, just watch them, like, be like, okay, hopefully this enemy will drop the item to get out of the level. Like, currently I've defeated everything but 4 enemies. Okay, I have the item. So this drops from random enemies, so I can just leave this for. Which... Also, these 2 items would... One maps the area, and one tells you the chests. So, a lot of it would be them looking into chests for these maps to speed up their ability to figure out where they're going, because the map's random. Oh god, there's ads. I forgot I put those on. Get this Bomberman out of my way. Ah. Just imagine if I broke one of my weapons while the ad was playing. Just did something they could not, they couldn't stop me from doing. Should be... Wait a second. No, not CD. Guess I should have that open. Alright, yeah, the ad should be over now. Oops, and now I'm opening something entirely random. Oopsie-daisy. Sorry, just a bit of lag because I was opening Chrome. Oh yeah, like I just think about I just think about somebody trying to speedrun this. Oh, drink some more water. Now, let me actually stand up and pause the game. Or pause the game and stand up. Why would I do that in that order? Oh god, that felt good. Need people to remind me how to do, you know, basic human, like, you know, maintenance. In other words, I need people to tell me to take care of myself. But yes, I just imagine somebody like going through all that hassle and just having like the last enemy on every single floor be the one with the item to get out. And some enemies are so tedious. Like certain enemies are... They're very defensive. Like, there's... Well, okay, especially the enemies that are ranged and have a block attack. Or a block, ability to block. Like this enemy right here is, it can stun lock you. effectively, because what'll happen is you get hit by... Okay, not the first part, but... Okay, watch this. I can switch characters again. So I'm going to... time this poorly. And then be hit... Okay. Okay, well I just need to kill you, because I don't... Unless I change my dagger, I'll find another one. There we go. I'll just time this poorly on purpose. Okay, this... I'm too used to... I grinded a lot of these off screen, so okay. There we go, I'm right here, and... See? It's hard to get stun lock for a long period of time. Well, like, you could effectively, like, lose, like, several seconds on each one of those because you made a single mistake. And that's just one-on-one. Like, enemies can also bunch up. And, like, you can be, like, surrounded by enemies. And I just imagine a speedrunner, like, avoiding certain trouble enemies and then being like, oh, it's that. It's that thing I have to kill. It's like, oh, I have to go up against the super... Oh, yeah. Enemies that are, like, super tanky, have blocks, and dodge you, and, like, all kinds of stuff. I'm just sort of screwing around. Let's go back to this guy. He's super reliable because he can, like, hit from farther away. And, like, there's certain times where you have to play, like, characters that aren't necessarily very good at being fast. Also, they would always have one of these things called a Duran's Feather, which allows you to sprint, essentially. Otherwise, they walk like this. Just imagine having to walk like this. Just the entire time. Oh yeah, oh my god, just think about it. Oh, it would be... I don't think many people would try to speedrun this, that were worried about their sanity. But obviously there are speedruns, because there's speedruns of everything. I mean, there's speedruns of, like, just, like, meme games. Like, Mr. Krabs overdoses on ketamine and dies. Like, it's surprising to know that game even exists, let alone there's speedruns of it. I really need to stop trading hits with them and just switch back to Umbuga. And this is obviously a Lake King character, or not a Lake, yeah, a Lake King character. Instead of right, Blue Dragon. I played that game and realized I only had one of the 4 discs. Remember that day and age when you had to play Xbox games that had, like, so many discs included? Oh my god. Only to come back home and realize that you only got one of them? It was only one game. They were all supposed to come in the same case. There was room for them all in the same case. I only got one of them. So I got to disc 2 and had to close out of the game. But yeah, the Blue Dragon is it's a palette swap of an enemy that you fight super early. But yeah, the worst enemies for, like, if somebody was speedrunning this, or just to, like, explain it in general. Okay, see, that was super early. Like, this is like the 2nd room, and I found the exit. Well, I found the key to the exit. Now I have to find the exit. So, oh my god, just the level of the amount of times that the speedrunner, and because this is a long form game, so oh my god, they would be like, oh, I'm so unlucky, I've lost so many seconds, you know. Yeah. I'd hate to be somebody who had to speedrun this. Like, just like, you have to beat this in 12 hours. Or, like, whatever's, like, a reasonable time to beat it. Like, without, like, being slow at all. I feel like I would actually lose my mind. Or like if I just said, yeah, I'm gonna play this for the next 24 hours. And if I beat it, I can go to bed. I can clock out early if I beat it. I feel like I would legitimately still be here. Oh, there's another mimic. That's also the best part, is that there's mimics. So if the speedrunner's skipping chests because that doesn't have anything essential, and he doesn't know that there's mimics on the floor, he could potentially screw himself because the chest can hold the item to get out, or the mimic is a monster, which is included in, like, you know, being the monster that holds the item to get out, which just makes me laugh to think about some poor fool just being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna speedrun this game. No one else will speedrun it. I could set the world record with any amount of time. And then it's just like, oh my god, just immediately beaten by somebody like 100 times luckier. Oh, there's the Chief Bonka. What is this, the Horny Village? Why is it Chief name there? What elements is this? Is pink? I believe that is holy. Yep. That is the only thing this character is good for, is opening doors. At least as far as I understand. It's not as far as I am. As far as I'm concerned. It's only good for opening doors. So I haven't found the use case with him yet. But yeah, I can find the switch characters. Oh yeah. I can switch that so I can show. So this guy's the fast one. He has 2 different charge attacks. One that is used for flying enemies predominantly, and like just dodging certain attacks. And the other charge attack is for like a group of enemies, and it also does multiple hits. So you're invincible when you're doing your charge attack. Not when you're charging. This, I can still be hit while charging like this. See? But if I were to say charge and then wait for him to do his attack, see, I can go through his attack. That's basically the game's dodge roll. Your charge attacks are your dodge roll. You know, it takes a long time to be able to like get out of it. Oh yeah. Oh man, just imagine like somebody speed running and praying that this is an actual big chest, and just getting like one shot by a big mimic. Because these things could potentially do a lot of damage, depending on the attacks they use. I've already shown off this character. Oh yeah, this is the character I was talking about. He has this big off attack, which hits so many times. But when you first get him, he has a weapon that really isn't appropriate to the area that he's being forced to play through. Like, unless you grind. Like assuming that you're trying to go as fast as possible without trying to, like, spend, like, 4 hours grinding beforehand. You know, you're basically going in with this, like, shitty little mallet. And then let's do Rain's character. So this is yeah, who's the second character you get. And she is oh so quick. But you are rewarded for being super close to the enemy. So what you're gonna see is probably a speedrunner using Xiao most of the time because she just has the easiest time dealing with everything. There isn't really an enemy that I think Xiao has a problem with, aside from enemies that don't like it when you fast attack. Like, if you're constantly pelting an enemy that has a chance to just start a block, they'll block. And then you have to, like, get close enough for them to just try to attack you. Which... yeah. But there's some enemies, like these flying enemies have no block behavior, so you can just shoot the crap out of them. Like, see, that steel giant just went down like a sack of bricks. Steel bricks, but bricks. Like, with just a few shots. And those weren't even, like, melee range, because melee range is where Xiao can do just stupid amounts of damage. You don't want her to be in melee, because she's squishy unless you build her up. But depending on the speedrunner, usually, and this is what I've seen from people, but, oh no, the ammo count is the weapon HP. You, if you go just like buck wild with Xiao, you will break your. I mean, take this wooden slingshot. This wooden slingshot won't permanently be lost, but this is very weak, but and very slow to attack like this. This is what happens when you don't have a built-up weapon. Like, you can tell the difference. This is how you level up in this game. That's what I love about it. It's basically, this game, it's like Pokemon, but weapon-based. Like, your weapons can evolve, level up. Like, you can put items in them. This is the noise that when weapons with the break. Oh, I just wasted repair powder. Oh no. Alright, that's what I get for forgetting that. I didn't realize it would use that for this. Whoops. The best part is this weapon's so slow to attack. Do I have, like, another weapon that I can use as an example? There we go. Oh, no, switch characters. Yeah, that's probably what you're gonna see the speedrunners use as auto repair powders. Let's go with Tone's what's up, and I believe it will break faster. Yeah, I'm just breaking on this bomber head. Yeah, it's fine. I have essentially infinite money. Yeah. It's broke but hasn't disappeared. It does 1 damage. That's what happens when you break your default weapon. It does 1 damage. But if you break a weapon that isn't your default weapon, which just turns into a weapon that only does 1 damage, which 1 damage can turn to 0 damage depending on the enemy. Like, see this Gladius? It breaks, it's gone. It just... It is pain. Pain that I haven't felt since I was a kid, but pain nonetheless. Thinking of which, what does this weapon need? Ice and wind. Do I have either of those? I have wind. Do I have ice? Okay. Do I have anything else that gives wind? That doesn't give it. Alright, we'll just leave that at that. And switch him back to the weapon I'm actually trying to build up. God, I'd hate to be the poor soul that plays this game for the first time and just breaks their weapon that they build up for several hours and are just like, how do I ever recover? I'll never financially recover from this. Which is a real problem with this game. The main difficulty of this game comes into resource management, 100%. Resource and time management. Which, of course, in a speedrun just gets amplified to high hell. In this game, one mismanagement of your resources and Like, you just lose. Like, somebody could use the repair powder at the wrong time and have to go back to town. Oh yeah, because okay, this weapon has 4 weapons in it. I have no idea how many gems to turn one into an attachment to put it in this weapon in the first place. I needed to level it up 5 times. So that's 5 levels times potentially, depending on if I actually put something in there. You can just leave them empty if you want. But that's like 5 times 3 for this weapon. I think some have 4, some have 4, so like just an absolutely massive investment. Deus Ex breaks. I have been leveling up my Sandbreaker to compete. My Serpent Sword is also competitive with it. This is the... I think? Yeah, the Chora is... This is a weapon I can just pick up from here. This is the strongest weapon I can find in this area currently. This is something I found that's like a one... It's like a one-time... Like somebody gave me this just because I finished their house. So... I break this. I have a fallback. If this breaks, I have a fallback. If this breaks... I'm back to just things I can just pick up, which it would take a consistent level of screwing up, because that's what I've been doing this on purpose. So I have multiple weapons that can potentially do the same job. If Xiao loses her Divine Beast title, she has her hard shooter and flamingo. So Xiao is currently the one that's the most, because most of her weapons have been used to upgrade other people's weapons. So her most powerful weapon only has one other weapon inside it. She has been basically just used as grinding fodder. So this weapon is amazing. If it breaks, Xiao is not going to see play for potentially the rest of the game, because I would have to build her up from essentially scratch. I'm pretty sure her second best weapon is something I could probably find something equivalent to immediately. That's how invested I am in this one weapon of hers. Goro literally has a weapon. His best weapon is something that I haven't touched. Obviously, this weapon is... Yeah. I have 2 copies of the same weapon. One I've used just a little. But they're both just insane. Oh yeah. This character, I don't know why this character even exists, honestly. And this guy's the newest guy, so obviously he hasn't had any time to build up. But yeah, you're basically caught up in terms of like the gameplay aspect. In terms of like the combat and like equipment aspect, but there's also town building in this game. Which is another element I'm pretty sure speedrunners are gonna have fun with. Because essentially what you have to do is you have to do very specific things in the town. Like you have to go through menus. It is a lot of menu hopping. Like you say you have to like put this person in their house and then put all this stuff in their house, and then you have to talk to the person, figure out what else they want. Like it's mandatory that you actually have to talk to them. You don't have to listen to them. You don't have to read what they're saying. You just have to go up to them and talk to them and then exit, or just like rush through the dialogue. I just think about the poor souls that have tried. Like I don't want to see the successful speedruns. I will, well, not necessarily like... I don't want it to be a run that I know is already gonna win. To a degree. You can delete weapons from your inventory, and you can store them away. But in the midst of the dungeon, all you can do is destroy your weapon. I usually, and I say this, Cone is the only character that I usually always have full on weapons, just because I just like to. Because basically, he has the most primary weapons. He has his greatest weapon, and he has his backups, which I'm trying to keep consistent with each other. And then he has the weapons that I also want to bring up to the level. And some weapons that I want to just see where they go. Because there's paths. You don't necessarily build up a weapon to one place. This Deus Ex right here can turn into a 7 branches or whatever I feel like. It's already there. But I want to know what this question mark is. So, like, let's see if I get to a chest and it says there's a weapon for Tone. I can't drop this because this is like a, this is like the fail-safe. This ensures that you don't brick your save. Because if all of your characters, if none of your characters can do anything, if they don't have their weapons, they don't exist, essentially, so you can't play. So you have this broken weapon that you can... Which, as a kid, I tried to beat the first boss with, failed many times. But if I open a chest, I'll say, like, get rid of this gladius. I will just dump this out of my inventory. But of course, I could go back to town and then put it in storage. So there's that. Yeah, I've done a lot of off-screen grinding just so I didn't have to like run my mouth for like hours and hours. Yeah, this is definitely a lot stronger than the previous version. Also, it's I believe this is a metal type rather than a stone type. See how you're up. Also, certain enemies do more damage to your melee's equipment, but your ranged attacks only take HP when they fire. So it doesn't care what's hitting, aside from damage. I don't think that really matters. Also, there's Thirst. I haven't even mentioned Thirst. So, speedrunners, oh my god, the amount of inventory management that a speedrunner of this would involve is like, holy shit. Honestly, heck, once I'm done playing, I'm gonna skim through some of the, well, I mean, right now, obviously. Well, the thing is, I don't know if they'll spoil anything. Okay, I'll probably beat the game and then go through some of the speedruns because I want to watch some people cry. Oh, you're. Right. Stay around. Wait. Oh my god. I just imagine watching a full speedrun of this just. It would not be fun. Ooh, this is my least level 4 that I was gonna mention. Yes, Goro is our sacrifice. Basically, on this floor, you want to switch to your character that has the least amount of ABS. Of course the King, man. Of course you wouldn't give me a new weapon on this floor. Sorry, that's just me being sad. But yeah, instead of getting experience from that enemy, I lost experience from that enemy. Don't know what I expected. I was just hoping that I would be able to get through one room without fighting like 5 mimics. But this is essentially an area that I'm going to only kill the essential enemies. Oh, of course, this isn't the only time I've seen this room. I've seen this type of room at least twice before in this game. Potato cake. What's the door? Which I have the key for. All I need is the pickups. Which could be anywhere. Please tell me this is not. Okay, it's not a mimic. Tone, open this thingamajiggy. Yeah, there's a roof. Oh, there's a mimic. Time to switch to Goro to sacrifice his weapon. Ooh, I just let that bite the shit out of me. Let's put on this auto repair powder so I don't break one of my weapons. Next, I got repair powder. That's one of the most important things, is to have a weapon with steel just so you can get stuff back. That's really how you beat the economy in this game. Just by stealing. What's in this chest? Of course there's another. Of course I can't get through a room without a mimic showing up. Mimic? Mimic. Sorry, I'm just wondering why I've even opening chests on this floor and at this point. Well, hey, at least I got repair powder. That's worth it. Mimics usually drop money, if nothing else. Honestly, if I see a mimic in one of these chests, I'm just gonna leave it. I don't need to fight anything. Oh my god, they're both mimics. 3 mimics? Okay, not 3 mimics. Okay, there's a minion. It's actually important for one of the fishing strategies I looked up, which is essentially use a bait that most fish will be attracted to, like 90% of the fish will be attracted to it, and you just look for the fish that isn't attracted to anything that regular fish would be, and then you try the rare stuff. But there's also the fact that certain creatures, the rarest fish in the game has a bait that is used by multiple creatures. The second rarest, though, is a lot easier because nothing else wants to eat a poison apple. Only that fish will take that. But the potato cake is actually, which for anybody who intends to play this game themselves, save your potato cakes and save your poison apples, because they can both be used to catch the rare fish in the game, which, if you want the things that are locked behind fishing, you will need. Because fishing honestly, I found it easier and more like, assuming you're rolling the grind. Which, if you're doing the fishing minigame, you're grinding somehow. In my opinion, like, sitting down, relaxing, and trying to find a fish, and then like using like the minimum amount of effort to like focus on like catching it. Like assuming that you stock just a whole boatload of the fishing supply, the fishing baits, you don't really need to worry about wasting any if you do it immediately. Like if I saved every potato cake I ever found and every poison apple I ever found, I wouldn't have to worry about using 20 poison apples to catch one fish. I would just throw as many at the problem as possible. Which is what I've been doing. I saved a bunch of poison apples off screen. Wait, what? Oh no, this is a dune. I thought the two of the color palettes were combined, and I was like, what the hell is that dune? But if you combine the two, or yeah, well, if you have all of the two fishing items for those two creatures, and you just catch only those, it's a lot easier to just turn off your brain and grind. Which, considering how long the fishing takes, normally, like back when I was a kid, it took me hours to collect the different fishing baits. Go to the place, test all the fishing baits. Now, this is for normal fish, not the rare fish. Just like testing the random baits. And then eventually finding what I actually wanted. And then catching like 5 fish to get 1 gem. I'd much rather just catch like 10 of the rare fish than 100 of the normal fish to get some of the items. Well, that's me. It would take you so long. I just suggest never spending your fishing points on something that you can't get outside of fishing. Though I say that I have, because I'm more than willing to keep grinding if I want those fishing weapons. I've been using it to just farm diamonds. Because that gives the most... I mean, the elements I can just buy. If I have money, which is really easy, the easiest thing to grind up is money in this game. Because all you need is a weapon with steel and a target. And my target room has been something that has an enemy that can drop repairs, and something that drops any sort of bait, because bait is real expensive in this game. And you combine the two together and you just have an infinite money. And also it's good for weapon grinding and everything, so... You're not shooting me. Attacks. So basically what I did was I found a floor like that when I was... Cursor King Mimic. Found a floor like that and just went to town. Every single one of my... basically, I used up every single one of my attachments on that floor. And then I used the money to buy it all back. And to buy more attachments. What resulted in me having is just an entire inventory just designed to grind weak enemies. Rather than, like the water that you need. Oh yeah, also like a fountain of water, so I didn't have to drink out of my inventory. So I had all those combined, and it was just like, oh my lord. I can do this forever. And I actually love grinding, so... All I need is MP now. If I have any items to keep MP... I mean, I can just level it up. Let's start giving it things it doesn't already have. Which it might need later. I'm not gonna throw a garnet. Like, you can buy these elements. The types, the monster types, I usually get diamonds for. When I'm grinding. Obviously, I can't grind right now because I'm streaming. It would kind of be weird to just take a break from, like, actually making progress. Well, yeah. And also going to backrooms. Oh my god, the ability to just go into a backroom at Queens is just amazing. Yeah, that's essentially what the grinding's been like. Yeah, I'll just throw the elements haphazardly into this. Okay, what do I need for this? Let's just know what I need to save. Okay, I need a holy. No, let's throw 3 holy in here. I can't imagine we'll need more than that. Yeah. Actually, no, I won't touch the holy. I'll put any other element other than holy, because that's what I'm building my main weapon up with. Just make sure it's full HP. Because it actually has a deceptively high weapon HP due to its endurance. Sometimes it doesn't even take damage when I swing it, though it depends on the enemy. I think certain enemies do damage no matter what. Like, see, I hit and it didn't actually damage my weapon, and then it did so. About every 2 attacks on a Dune deals damage to my weapon, so it effectively has 104 durability. At least to that enemy. Let's make sure everybody's full up on water. Game really doesn't like it when I switch characters. Enough about mechanics. I'm really excited to see where the story goes from here, because I, of course, never been this far in the game. I'm really curious what the boss of this area is, because it's like... I don't even know what it could be. There hasn't really been any hints. So I'm just like crafting in the back of my head, but I don't have anything to go off of. Nobody mentioned a guardian. Like, Duran, of course, is like name dropped pretty early on in Narune. Alright, let's just switch to Xiao. But Duran was a name dropped really early, and I was like, oh, Duran's fine. But Duran's the boss of the first area. And it's like, don't really know what could be here though. The ice. You know what? I'll throw one of my diamonds into Xiao's weapon. I'm more than willing to do that. Let's see where it will go from here. So all it needs is anti-mimic now. I have one. It's ice. I don't think any of these add to that. And mirror. Yeah, we're kind of just at the point where we can just level this up slowly. Let's say kind of. All we need is Ice and Mimic, and everything else can just be gained by letting it level up naturally. So I'm just looking at this one more time. That's good. I honestly thought the cap was 100 for damage, but obviously the Last Judgment is a testament to the fact that the caps are mere suggestions. I honestly have no idea what the cap could be then. It's not 100. I mean, I can't imagine the cap's infinite. That'd be cool. You just imagine, like, literally building the ultimate weapon of just, like, stats that go up to, like, 999. Which, unfortunately, means that there might be an enemy that, that might be necessary for, but... After the main story, I can take my time. Once we get to the optional dungeon that I've heard about. Oh, hey, maybe I was lied to. Maybe there isn't an optional dungeon. Maybe I'm already too powerful for this optional dungeon. But to be fair, every single dungeon was optional. Yeah, just imagine. I just got it in my head. It's like, imagine if an NPC said, "You don't have to do this to complete the main story." It's like, or like them like out loud stating that this is an optional side quest, and it's like that implies that they're. That implies that I can't just say no to the main quest. It's like, I don't have to be the hero. Like, people play Skyrim and never do the main story. It's like, it's not... The only essential quest in that game is... Actually, there is an essential quest in that game, because you could just choose to not turn the game on. Everything is optional. God, just... I think the only series I know that would actually have the potential for character actions is actually... Yeah, the water's right next to the exit, so I will go kill myself. That's another Dran Feather, I need that. But I think the only game that's meta enough to be like, oh, everything's optional. It's like, you don't have to do this, so I don't have to do anything. Like, I could just imagine, like, Laharl or one of the other main characters just being like, well, we don't have to do... It's like, this grinding is entirely optional. It's like, this game is entirely optional. It's like, am I being forced to play it? I always love stuff like that in video games where, like, the characters are self-aware. It's just the idea of a character just, like, straight up, like, telling somebody that, get out of my way, peasant, you're just an NPC. In a world where that's actually the case, where player characters exist, or playable characters exist. It's just something that I never get tired of. Even when it's obnoxious. Like, oh man. And I've played games like this before, where the fourth wall was entirely just not there. Like, where characters are just constantly telling others that, like, you're just an like, you're not, this isn't the end of the game. Bro, we've only been playing for a few hours. Oh, this is this guy, by the way, that I'm talking about. Like, or, like, other games from the same company where they're just like, the story can't end right now. It's only been, like, a few hours. These games usually span on for, like, 50 to 100 hours. And it's like, wow. I didn't realize the game could be so meta. You already had the boss. What, like a weird piece of, like the outside of a piece of gum. What's stuck to the backs of my teeth? That's weird. I say weird, as if I hadn't eaten gum today. Well, I say eaten, chewed gum today. Sorry, I just went a little cross-eyed. Oh, right, I haven't actually. I don't think I went through the dungeon properly. I believe I left some Atla, so I need to I need to go back. I think it's mostly on one floor though. Oh no. Huh. Coffin's chamber? So that sounds like an undead. I'd say that I want to prepare a little first, but honestly, Ungaga, who's probably gonna be essential for the fight, he's pretty strong even without anything special going on. He's pretty easy to control, so I think I can probably beat the enemy pretty soundly. Oh yeah, let's actually go into assembly screen and build just everything. You know what, let's just the dialogue will probably change if I finish their house. Let's try to talk to them beforehand. Oh, outside. Oh. Oh, but of course. Wait a second. Assuming that's the person, what if I just take you out? What will you do to stop me? What's up, bitch? Just imagine, like, breaking into somebody's house. Or no, like trying to get into somebody's house, and it's like they're like you're their landlord, and they're like you can't come in, and it's just, and then you just like kick them out, and then you go into their house, and then you just take a picture of yourself in their living room and be like, "What now, bitch? What you gonna do about it?" It's like you can't win. Oh god, I'm gonna have to figure out a strong lady's voice. She's not even that old. Huh. You seem to be sneaking around everywhere lately. Who are you anyway? Sorry, I I don't think I have a better voice. This is the closest. This is the best I can do. Who are you anyway? What? Do you want to take out the moon ship from the temple? What permission do you have to do such a thing? That temple is a sacred place that we, desert people and the moon people, have maintained together. A very noble king named Balimbumba Hamo Bumba rests there. Bless the boss. I can't give a signet to just anybody. You best come back some other time. Chief. Oh, is that you, Ungaga? Chief. Sorry, trying to find his voice. When I say that, it's just Chief. Cone is somebody we can trust. He saved Makara and the others. Cone can defeat the Dark Genie. Oh, is that so? Well, since it's coming from Ungaga, I have no doubt. Well, where shall I start? First, how to conquer the Sun and Moon Temple. Listen carefully. To reach the last room where the moon ship is stored, you must enter through the king's room. To enter the king's room, you need 2 signets. One is the sun signet, handed down by the chiefs of Muskalaka. The other one is the moon signet. The moon people who maintain the shrine are supposed to have it, but that's not the case anymore. The lazy moon people entrusted us with the moon signet so they can relax in the woods. Meaning that the 2 signets are both here in Muskalaka. Unfortunately, they aren't here. Sabo and Enga each have one. I'll tell them about you so you can get the signets from them. Anyway, good luck to you. Oh, wait a minute. A boy in a green hat. Say, those eyes of yours. You have beautiful eyes. I knew another man with those same sparkling eyes. When I was young, he was the only man who could beat me. He was handsome. That was more than 20 years ago. Ah, but here I am going on and on. Young man, be strong like he was. Be careful. I can't be responsible for what happens to you out there. Listen, now the Sun and Moon Temple is a dangerous place. Or, is a dangerous place now. Be prepared for anything. There's something about you. I don't know what it is, but somehow I think you can do it. It's almost as if there's like 4 other people simultaneously occupying the same space as you and can be swapped out with their own, sets of weapons. Okay, any requests for revealing Muskalaka? This village keeps a tradition called the Pole Guardian. All houses must have a face statue to honor it. Each of the faces has its corresponding totem pole part, and when it makes them face each other, we protect houses from monsters. That's our Pole Guardian. Other than that, it would be convenient if my house were located near the entrance to the temple. I know. I finished your house. I know. I'm currently standing inside of my house. It's like, but it's finished. Yes. So people. Oh god, this is amazing cultivation simulator all over again. Stuff needs to face the right direction. Are you kidding me? I hate everything. Alright, I can use this. So that faces this way. Okay, let's get everything placed down. Hey, Zobo. Let's basically get as much stuff out of our inventory as possible. An old man used to be strong. The old former chief, still going strong. Ron, prisoner of war. What war? You mean like former prisoner? It says, not a resident, but totally settled in. Okay. Stone golem, very old. A stone giant powered by magic. Yosuke. Young boy. And you know this isn't a player character because he already has a name. Characters that are destined to be player characters, the moment their name is uttered, you choose what name they get. That is how you know what is about to happen. So everything has to face this. Obviously, I'm gonna have to edit it a bit, but everything has to face that way. You want to be here, so this. Okay, so I know that this needs to be somewhere here. Okay, let me just figure out like a few things that I know I need to do. So this house Wait, what? Oh, is this not finished yet? Oh, they're different totem poles. Okay. I see. Okay. So these totem poles. Let's get them all set out. So certain places are gonna need to face. Oh my god, this is so stupid. I honestly, the fact that there's 3 of them and not just one big one makes this both easier but more complicated. So their house. Let's do, for example. Oop, not that. Okay, you face that way. You have to be facing this way. Oh my god. Okay. I should really finish this stuff before I start doing this, but also, Odo's house, your sister's house, Brooke's house. So that, oh, you can actually see them from here. Makes it slightly convenient. Chief's house. Should be the entrance to the Moon Temple. This goes here. These go face this. This can't be moved. You need to get out of my way. You face here. It faces that way back. Oh, why does stuff have to be so complicated? What's that? Yeah, I feel like that's not lined up at all. Okay. Okay, and... oh god, this is gonna take so long. Alright, that faces this way. This needs to be lined up as such. Goes that way. This doesn't have its totem yet. I'm just trying to get this situated ahead of time. Who the hell has the troll doll? Okay, that's the troll doll. Chief goes here. You know what? Let's do it like so. I don't know if they need to be perfectly aligned. I think they just need to be facing the same, or they be facing towards one another. Oh yes, big dumb troll doll, big dumb troll doll. They have the bird. And I believe this is out, if I remember correctly. Ooh, there's more items here. Grass cake, which is Goro's favorite food. Fish candy, which is Zia's favorite. Ziao's favorite food. Yeah, this is the way out. All right, let's load back in. Let's see if the game thinks I'm doing the right thing. Partially, at least. All right, let's go talking to people. Let's the Toto and Josuke. Wow, who are you, bro? You just moved to this town? Huh? Right on. I'm Toto. Nice to meet you. Sorry, my spidey senses were tingling. My friend's called Josuke. Josuke's a good guy. You'll like him, bro. I don't care. Just be careful with how you place the totem pole, you know? Right? You know, you're an adult. You should know that. Sorry, bro. I don't have anything I can give you. Waiting for your house. I just need to have the totem pole. You know what I'm talking about, right? Totem pole this, totem pole this. Totem pole that, I should say. Totem pole these nuts. Oh yeah, Josuke also needs something. Does he live in this house? Is he my storage facility? Fruit of Eden. Oh. Josuke, see you for the first time. Would I think I saw you before? I, Josuke, Toto's friend. You be friends with Toto, too. Josuke doesn't know. What will happen when it's done? Josuke don't feel well. Don't feel so good. Josuke don't feel too good, Mr. Stark. Sorry, I can't even. What do you need for your home? Josuke needs a knob. Needs it for Toto's house. Okay. There's my requisite character that I give a voice to that just hurts my throat when I use it. Handle. Where could this handle go? Oh no, that feels racist. Oh god damn, that looks weird. Hi, say something's wrong with Josuke. Josuke doesn't move that much anymore. Toto. Josuke, you scared me. Come on, get up. Toto. It's time to say goodbye. Josuke's mission shall now begin. What are you saying? What do you mean goodbye? We've always told each other we'd be together forever. Friends forever, right? Friend. I stay. You stay. I go. No following. Oh god. Oh. Josuke is Toto's friend. Well, yeah, we're friends forever. Josuke is Toto's friend, but Josuke is not human. Inside Josuke is a magical treasure. It's the power that keeps me moving. Josuke's task is to protect the treasure. Last task is to pass on the treasure. What? We're each other's only friends. I can't let you go. No, I won't let you. Josuke had a friend. Long ago, another friend. He created Josuke. Josuke promised
promise to protect this treasure until the time when a special person arrives to activate it.
Get it. Why did I say activate?
Josuke keeps his promises. No, don't do that. You're all I have, Josuke. You're the only friend I have. No, don't leave. Josuke, Toto's friend. Josuke, in the next life, I will become human. Then I will stay as Toto's friend forever. Josuke promise. Josuke keeps promises. Toto's friend, always. Josuke's friend. Josuke keeps promises. Toto, always friend. Josuke! Hey, that treasure must be yours. Hurry up and take it. It was Josuke's last act.
They would just cut down the child with the sword. Sun sword acquired.
Josuke. Hey, you're gonna beat that thing with the Josuke with the Josuke's treasure, right? You have to beat it. You have to beat it.
Then I had to just throw away one of my weapons. Yeah, I did not know that I was going to get a weapon. Legendary sword with power to cut through darkness. It's pretty snazzy. Though a bit impractical. It feels like the kind of thing that you'd stick on the end of a two-handed spear. Like, it feels more like a spearhead than a sword. Or not a spearhead, like a head of a pole. Hey, you're gonna fight the bad guys, right? That's so cool. I'm gonna fight the bad guys someday, just like you, bro. It's finished! Oh, go out. Buster, go see who it is. Don't sit here barking, go see who it is. Buster, go see who it is. Buster. Buster. Go see who it is. Go see who it is. Go. Don't. Stop me telling you. Alright, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna see who that is. Oh, never mind. There goes the dog. You'll figure it out. He's smart. It's not even me over-exaggerating. He is extremely smart. He is just also super overprotective over me and the house. And my mom, and well, everybody in the house. Bro, go all out. For Muska. For Josuke's sake, too. I don't care. Just be careful how you place the totem, you know? And of course I have to make him sound very sad. God, I was on the verge of crying myself. Not because it was sad. I mean, I just met the two of them. But oh my god, having to voice a character that is a small child who is obviously losing their only friend, and also the Iron Giant, which is a movie that is very similar to what just happened, you know, where the Iron Giant at the end sacrifices himself to save the town. Oh my god, that movie always has a special place in my heart. So seeing that just and anything that echoes the same sort of, you know, story beats as that just sort of tears a hole in my chest. Scorpion jerky. Now's not the time for candy, I say as I start feeding everybody candy. Oh my god, how much more defense does one man need? Watch it say that it's maxed out, and I'm just like, think to myself, like, what do you mean? What do you mean it's maxed out? What do you mean I found too many candies? Oh, something smells good in the house. Ugh. I mean, we're almost at the boss fight. Just have to rummage around. Just imagine, like, completing an entire dungeon without ever checking any of these items. And then coming back and just seeing them sprawled out all over the place. Like, you'd be tripping over them. I'm already tripping over them in the beginning, but, like, it'd just be exacerbated. Oh my god, that's so... I hate it. Okay, Jabubu's house. Okay, okay, the prisoner cabin. That's the chief's house. There's the prisoner cabin.
What do you want, Smooth Skin? What do you want? This ain't a show, you know. What do you want? Looking at a airy-fairy guy like you just irritates me. Shoo, shoo. Yeah, I want to see the sunrise. What's wrong with that?
Aw. Where is the sun? We need...
What? Are you blind? I am a prisoner, not an interior decorator. Are you stupid? Or what? Okay then, put a sign in front, like the Métis Grad or the Gradus Maximus. Yeah, that'll do just fine.
Then I do it, and he's like, oh. Okay, you fucking stupid? I need to see this goddamn sign. Where is it? Come on, man. Don't tell me there's no sign. I think it must be... Oh, where could it be? I think the game mentions it but doesn't actually put it out. Sad. Or it's somewhere I can't see. There's also a character that hurts my throat, but it sounds about right.
So it's you, that hero guy restoring this village. Hey, don't waste your time. This world's already doomed.
He's Gron, a scorpion warrior. One of us sand warriors' mortal enemies. He was taken hostage a year ago. He's a dangerous one. Don't get too close.
That's you, huh, Unkaka? Well, if I ever get out of this cage, you'll be dead. I hear you're on the downside these days, you coward. What? Huh? Look, I was just kidding. We both know I don't stand a chance against you. But what is it with you? Come on, don't get mad. You'll destroy the cell.
Just, oh, oh shit. I gotta use that. Oh god. I. That's priceless.
Hey, give me water. Water. My body can't. I'm kidding. Wow, you're so stupid it hurts.
Any requests?
What? I bet you think I'm gonna say thank you. Right? Look at me. Am I gonna say thank you, you moron?
It's finished.
Yeah, I got it. Just go away.
What was the point of that? I like to imagine that was the. I like to imagine that only that chest only appears if you trigger that cutscene. But like, oh my god, it was honestly worth it. It was so worth it. And also, it's also required for 100% completion. But that's besides the point. Like, oh my god, just just seeing that cutscene was worth it. Because like, holy shit.
It's like you're a coward. That's why I'm in this cage and you're out there. Rips off the fucking door.
It's like what you can do now, bitch. Dude, I shit my pants too. Like, it's one thing just to unlock the door and walk in, but it's another thing to just rip off the door. Okay. Oh, that was amazing. Alright, who else has a house that I haven't visited yet? You visited Sabu. I think it's just Sabu. Question is, there's Sabu. Hey, you. You're a newbie, huh? I don't recommend you become a warrior. Huh, you don't agree? Well, anyways, I'm Zabo. Good to meet you. This village is a village of warriors. We are at war with another tribe that lives across the desert. For your own sake, you shouldn't stay in this village for long. Any requests? Nope. 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 But at least honor the pole guardian side. Okay. When you face poles together to each other, make sure they're lined up correctly. Yeah. What will happen with them? Well, I shouldn't really tell you. I want to have a shade made of hay on the top of the entrance. It's the same hay used for the front of the doors. And I need a totem pole. God, oh, my voice is starting to crack up again. I can't keep it up. Oh, there's also Enga that I haven't even put down, the poor bastard. I was like, man, I could have sworn those were people. Okay. Nobody's mentioned trees or roads, so potentially I don't even need to road anything. Don't mind me just robbing your local perimeter.
You're an outsider, huh? My name is Enga. I'm just an old man, though.
Ah, there you are. There we go, I got the voice again. Ah, there you are. I heard it all from the chief. This is the moon signet. Don't lose it. Moon signet. Fired. Sun and Moon Temple. Sun and Moon Temple is dangerous lately. Be careful. Yeah, that's speaking from a really weird place in my throat. I don't know how to describe it better than that, but it's just I I feel like I'm choking. You don't. I love how I can't even. I love how I can't even do it anymore. Oh, 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 oh! It's you. Thanks to you, my house is back to the way it was. Thanks, man. How about this view, huh? Man, I just love the view from up here. It soothes your mind, doesn't it? From the beginning, I was never really a warrior. I am better at kicking back and relaxing than fighting. But the desert people are a warrior tribe. Born in the wrong place, I guess. Just over this desert live the other tribe of desert people, the Scorpion Warriors. They are us Sand Warriors, mortal enemies. We've been fighting each other for hundreds of years. Both our tribes have the same origins, so I wonder why we keep fighting. People are weird like that. Oops, I got carried away. Sorry about that, man. Please accept this for fixing my house. I fucking hate you. Take this weapon. Take this weapon that you've had for literally since like the start of the game. Literally in the first dungeon, I had one of those. See you later, man. Yeah, that voice comes from like a really weird place. Like I have to like hold my mouth open a certain way. It's essentially like this, where I don't move my teeth much at all, just my lips. Except also, God, I love how when I try to like speak normally and not like read lines, it's even harder to come up with the voice. It's like what? Then again, it's if the parts of your brain when you talk normally, when you read something, are totally different. So it's easier to do voices when you're just reading lines. I don't know.
Seems there is something. Seems there is something important that brought you here. I won't ask about it, but since you are already here, you should at least pay a visit to the chief.
Sorry if you can't hear. That voice is intentionally like airy. So let's get a little bit quiet. Any requests?
Let me see. I can only think of keeping the tradition of the Pole Guardian.
What do you need for your home?
Don't forget the trendy hay roof. If you forget, my place will look like a piece of gourd, and of course the totem. Well, well, I'll tell you. I'll give you my glory from the old days.
Okay, now is probably my cue to like ooze? Hose! Jaboo's hose! I just realized that. Uh it's translated to be fair. You can't do much about that. It's like what are they gonna do? Let's head over to Kreese to dump off some of the access weapons. Excess weapons. Access weapons, you moron. Excess. Time to offload some of my accumulated assets. It's time to accumulate more assets afterwards. Afterwards. Sorry, but alright, okay. Let's sword and macho sword, hurrah. Or shora. These are the things that I currently want to turn into other things. And these two are my currently used weapons. Yeah, these... this Dussax will basically... Assuming that the Dussac branches off into two different places, that I actually want to see both. This will go either to one of these will become the mystery item that is unknown to me, and the other one will become the Seven Branch Sword. And most of these weapons are likely to become fodder, but we'll see. The True Ra I will likely build up. I believe the Bone Rapier. Did I see what the Bone Rapier turned into? I don't know if I have, so I will once again attempt to build up a Bone Rapier. Not right now. That'll be some off-screening where I will see what the Bone Rapier turns into. Though it might just turn into like a base lord or something, and I might just cry. Or a Shamshir. Shamshir, which turns into a Sax, which turns into the Dussax. Or Dussac, which turns into a Seven Branch Sword and something else. And this is just hang on while I do some inventory management. I'll save this power up powder for later. I don't need so many mighty heals. I will save some for later. I will take one of these for later. These are just going to be sold. These potato cakes will be saved for later. Alright. Joker. Honey, I'm home. Okay. Just imagine if I just solved that. Just absolute shame. Wait a second, he won't accept this, but he'll accept the semi-essential weapon? I can sell him the Sun Sword? Don't mind me, let me just sell off this essential weapon. This is a very important story-based weapon. Alright, after that, let's go back to Muskalaka, and then I will restock on repair powders and cheese. I love how there hasn't been, aside from premium chicken, cheese is still, I mean, honestly, usually, you need to be taking a lot of damage at once to need more than the cheese. Unless you're taking like 80 damage, or 90 damage with every hit. But even, unless you're taking like over 100 damage per hit. In which case, some of your characters are just getting one shot. Like, I think you need to be taking like a fair amount over 100 damage for me to be like comfortable using a premium chicken aside from just like getting more inventory space. Okay, Enga. I heard you had stuff. I'm here for the stuff. Wow. Oh, that was fast. I've heard from Banka. Here. But really, Banka trusts an outsider like you. I wonder what she's up to. What? Now I know.
You look exactly the same as... Yep, I'm sure you'll be able to stand up to even that genie. Good luck to you.
I don't know, I've completely lost this old man's voice. Even though it's just like a raspy version of my own. Totem? Yeah, you already have that, sir, I'm pretty sure.
Have you heard of a man named Aga? Of course not, you wouldn't know him. Looking at you reminded me of a man I met long ago. Wonder why?
Curse. Amulet. Okay. There we go.
Hey, it's you, young one. I thank you for what you have done for us. This is for you, son. I hope you'll take good care of it.
Oh, just add this to my collection.
This is my old sword, but it still works just fine. Back in my day, I was darn good with the thing. My days as chief, I was amazing, I know. Years are catching up with me, though. Oh, sorry, I lied a bit. I was never really strong, even when I was young. But when I thought I would become chief, Banka snapped up the position. I wasn't meant to be chief. But Banka, she's really something. She defeated every warrior in the village. She was only in her teens when she defeated me and became chief. And she was such a beautiful girl, like a fighting goddess. Oops, what am I saying? Forget what I just said. Excuse me, son, but I have to end it here today. I have a backache, something fierce. So long, son. Oops, I almost forgot. You fixed my house so you don't need... So won't you use this store for storing your things, this house for storing your things? My house will be more than happy to be able to help you.
So, old lady, fat man, rich man, old man. This is our storage. I completed it.
How is your sword? It has unparalleled power, but a little difficult to handle.
Alright, that was just raspy. I don't know. There's always next NPC to ruin my voice on. Alright, how... Okay. Oh my god. So this... Oh god, these totem poles. Wait a second, where's the third? Oh, I put it in my inventory. $55. Okay. You go here. Oh god, I can't really... Okay, let's... Okay, let's do... Just take everything up. Okay. Let's start with the chief, who wants to be facing... Wants to be near here, but facing a totem pole. Her totem pole is that. which I believe is this. So we'll perfectly line that up like that. And then I believe Edgar wants to be facing this way. Okay. The prisoner wants to be facing something else, but we will worry about that later. Which one are you? You're this. This is the bone through the nose one, and that is not. It's gonna take a while. Don't mind me. Wrong one. Your sister's house, the bird. Sabo. Is the tongue sticking out? Oh man, this feels offensive. I feel wrong. Photo. Again. Oh. Items. Don't believe Toto is any of these. Oh, let me out of this. Let me out of this view. Okay. Wait a second. Don't worry, I'll figure it out. So the Oasis is the only real thing that takes up so much space that it also has to be like a thing in and of itself. So I'm going to place this here. The Three Sisters can live right here. Line it up like that. So tongue sticking out. It's here. Boo Boo. It's the crazy troll doll. It's probably one of the few towns that are gonna look pretty similar because they kind of have to be. I assume they don't need to be directly lined up, but I'm gonna do it unless I am forced to otherwise, because this just makes my life a little easier. Okay, so let's say I place you. Okay, let's place this down first. This down. Like right here. A little bit of an offset. What are you again? Yeah, you're correct. Face this way. These two can be looking like straight at each other. And then last. A second. The hell have I messed up? Oh, I need you. So I want you to be this. Is that it? Idiot. So these girls want to be next to the Oasis. What have I messed up? Don't tell me it's that fickle. I don't think I'd be able to move that in any way, shape, or form to fix it. Okay, those two are lined up. This thing's in the way. How much does it change if I move this like one tile over? Doesn't change at all. Am I missing a house? Okay, well, clearly, if these are the way that I want them to be, oh, there's this damn house. This is... oh, that's what I was leaving out. So there's something that has to... okay, so this has to face this way. Oh, I see now. Oh, God, I start over. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Hey, that makes sense. That I was missing one key part. Well, yeah, there we go. Edgar, you can live there. The three sisters that wanna... oh, the right... duh, the bird. Let's move these two so they're not in my way. Oh, not Brooke. Oh, was it Chibubu with that one? Yeah, crazy hair. Lacey as far out of the way as possible. I can neaten it up later. Okay. Now, let's start with the Oasis, which... love it right here. Right, and of course we also have the Chief's house, which has to be, like, over here. Assuming that... the one... oh no, the Chief's house... has to face this one. This... go over here. Is Toto with the... earrings? Earrings, there we go. It's gonna be so weird. Okay, is that... yeah, it's correcting... or correctly facing towards one another. Let's see if this can work. This... I can totally move these around. I have this like right up against their house. Go there. Or no. This thing is supposed to face towards this. Has to face towards this, I should say. This has to be all the way back here. This is the one that can move. There we go, that's lined up. This... Long sticks out. No, where the heck do you go? Oh no, no. Brook. I think saying I don't touch these places around. Okay. So you it's playing musical chairs. You're almost there. Correct. Right, but something needs to go here. So let's move these over here. This should be enough room. Really not. You know what? The game seemed a bit generous. Let's just try to brute force this. It's clearly not right enough. And you're looking at tongue out that. Right here. There, this faces this way. You're next to the water. These things match. These things match. Unless... Okay, let's move you out of the way. Does this change if I move it just slightly over? No, not especially, so move it back. Oh, it might also be the fact that they're on the wrong side. I mean, the problem might be the fact that everything's too clustered together and I'm not giving enough room. Okay, let's... If everything associated with that. So that lines up with that. That lines up with that. This lines up with this. Okay, so we need room for the oasis. What houses am I? Oh, yeah, this. So this here. Can I fit the oasis like this? There we go. Jeez. Oh, that was so much bullshit. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just taking a load off. All right. You did very well. The villagers are telling me to give you guys a reward. First for you, Ungaga. Mirage has been acquired. Next for you, boy with the green hat. My lord, that's a big diamond. Listen, the enemy you will face is strong. Good luck. My lord. Let's just add in the roads like I said I wanted to. This place probably has the easiest road setup ever because it's just the houses to the statues. There's actually enough the way I've set it up. Even some left over. And then just sporadically drop trees wherever I feel like. Okay. Oh, and now I'm just gonna do like a once-over. Just to check to see if I've left anything behind. Oh, I say that. I will give another once-over when I have... again. After the boss. Oh, on stream. I'll check it off stream. But I just want to make sure I am as powerful for the boss as possible. Also, how does the Mirage compare? I feel like I'm gonna be using the Mirage for the boss fight. You want more wind? Wind, ice, okay, that one weapon wants everything. The other one wants wind and thunder and holy. Once I do the once over, I will be going and heading straight to the boss. Ooh, fluffy donut. That's Tone's favorite food, so we'll have it even tankier Tone. Right, that's the chief's house. Lunga's house. Let's do once around the outside. Take 42. Answer to life. Life, death, and the mysteries of the universe? That shouldn't take too long. I say that. Once over this entire, like, weird village that I've set up. The game kind of made it intentionally weird. There we go. See, I missed something. Part of me was like, oh, I'm just wasting time. And then, you know. Honestly, the fluffy donut is probably worth the time investment. If nothing else. Three Sisters' house. Let's check out the Oasis. Oh, no, I'm good. No. Already had this conversation. And for a second there, I looked at the bottom of my screen and saw the title, and I thought it said "Consuming the Sun," and I was like, "What the hell am I doing?" It's like, shit. When did I say I was gonna do that? Oh, no, there's actually nothing up there. That's actually surprising. Might be there after the boss. That's the thing, is that there'll also be more items? Or items after the boss. Okay. And also kind of see some items from that view, but you can't go into the houses from that view, so you're kind of screwed. Premium chicken. Rook's house. And yeah, sorry if I go into these houses for a second time in a row. I just know myself. I know myself better than anybody else has ever known me. I know that I like to not see things that are right in front of my face. Indica's house, already checked you out. Prisoner's cabin, I'll do you. It's over. Check out the poles from the bird's eye view, Jabubu. Have I checked your house? I don't think so. Just imagine being these poor people that I've just been like stealing into their house, or going into their house and stealing things. Alright, let's equip this. Just throw some just like really expensive things into the, just throw 4 gems in there. That should up the weapon's power to a respectable level without ever actually having to level it up. I'm obviously not leaving those in there because like that is like so much fishing. Replace those. Let's also do a once over around the exterior. It's weird that that guy who attacked us earlier hasn't shown up again. It's not like we killed him. Yes. Offin's chamber. You're too late. I have already raised the king from the dead. It'd be funny if I was just an asshole and put them in the wrong way. Watch that be a real eye and just comes alive and starts kicking the shit out of us. Honestly, the closer I get to it, the more it looks like a real eye. God, please don't turn to face me. I hate when things do that. Oh no. Whoever disturbs my sleep shall be punished by death. King's Curse! Tone. The ancient king's spirit is possessed by the dark genie as well. Can you defeat him? Dark King, where the fuck have you been? And then he leaves. Let's start throwing items on my characters since I have them. I can use them ahead of time. Gaga, let's respect the fact that you're one of the strongest characters and just feed you everything. After this, I'll save up items for the newest character. No effect? What do you mean, no effect? Why did I? Wait a second. I mean, no effect. Oh my god, what the hell am I supposed to do? Oh my lord, please get away from me. Please tell me I can just switch the tone. Okay, so I have to use his charge attack. Oh my god, I thought it was gonna get stuck on me. Okay, that is, Oh. Oh, you can just purely fight him with the Ungaga. It's enough. It's fighting hard. It just costs a lot of repair powder. That's all it's gonna do. Luckily this Mirage weapon is doing quite well. Definitely more damage than Ruby was doing when she had a boss fight she had to do by herself. Or not by herself, but she was the one who's dealing the primary damage to it. This feels like a bit of a cheesy combo, the fact that I don't have to switch characters at all. Just infinite, well, not even infinite combo. Which is continuously doing this over and over again. But then again, it is a defensive move that requires a lot of durability. And there's probably a better way to do this, like by switching to a character that actually deal more damage. But that sounds like a problem for my opponent. Counter me, you little bitch! I've found a working strategy. Now you have to counter my strategy. I mean, this doesn't even feel cheesy, considering the like ability for certain bosses to be super obnoxious. This is actually just like comfortable in comparison to Ruby's boss fight. But yeah, I think these bosses are just meant to for you to show the game that you know what you're doing. There we go. Finishing off a tone. Or did the sword kill it? I don't know if I saw the sword go into it or if that just what it looked like. I don't know. Well, yes, time to go to the moon. Though we'll save as soon as the game lets me. Huh? What a beautiful ship. Moon people are all born artists. This ship is a testament to that. Oh no, now that the king's curse is broken, something is happening to the temple. Tone, get on the moon ship. That way! How does he know? Well, that doesn't seem right. Now's not the time to wonder. Oh my god, it's making me do a quick time event. Leah! This would probably have, like, terrified me as a child. Like, I mean, even now, if I was hanging out the mouth, oh my god, it's opening. Oh no. I like how the moon is just, like, so small. What? What's going on? I had no idea. Sorry. Short notice. My throat's already beginning to hurt. What's that? Huh? You know, when people say spaceship, they don't mean a literal ship. Come on, let's move. Speak the orb tone. That's what it said. Here we go. Here we go. The ocean of stars beyond. To yellow drops. Is that what the G's supposed to be? Or are we just like going here for a casual? Oh no, we're going to learn how. It's flying. You're right. That kid must be on it. That kid? Yeah, the one with the green hat and those beautiful eyes. Something special about it. They did not give me enough time to read that. that would have been hard. I would have been hard pressed to read that even normally. Gaga, Tone, good luck. What the? Oh god, of course. So what happened? Oh. God, is our last companion gonna be another animal character? I can't remember the name. Oh god, I didn't read that. Hey, don't you think this is a good place to land? I hope it isn't paid parking. Welcome to Yellow Drop. Have you heard the story from Nem of Brownlow? These days we have this neat communication system called CrystalNet.
They get information fast. Unfortunately, the mayor is not here right now. But rest assured that I, Sanba, will serve as your guide in place of the mayor. Please come this way.
Please let me have control of the cutscenes. I would rather you not be fast forwarding through the dialogue, is what I mean. Don't want to have to read at speed of light. Come on, Toad. I'll give you a tour around the village. Where shall we start? Excuse me.
Yeah, it's me. Oh, Linda, what's up? Our date today? Oh, no! Come on, I didn't forget. How could I forget that? No way, really? Yeah, sure, got ya. I'm leaving right now. Be there in a flash.
Wow, I'm so sorry, Toad. I have an emergency. I have to go right away or I'll be in deep. Bye.
Goddamn wife. Oh, I should have known I should have never married a Siamese rabbit.
Have we met before? Couldn't have, I guess. It's like, yeah, I'm not from the moon. How am I breathing up here? It's better be magic. Better not be oxygen on the moon. Best part is I didn't catch that character's name, so I have no idea who I gave the like double voice to. Hi, my name is Maya, collector of rare moon items. I collect old items. Do you have any for me? Old items. Trans feather? Old. Well, I am sorry, but I don't happen to have anything considered old by you. Just give her a rotten fish. Oh my god, what was that? If that was actually... If she would have accepted it, it's like, oh, this must be so old, it smells like shit. You know, I thought it from the spaceship, mentioning the spaceship, but they're an advanced. There's no way to climb up.
Oh, I always get stood up when meeting Samba. He's so rude.
No way to climb up. Check in some items. How about you take this small sword off my hand and this buster sword, so I just have the stuff that I'm building up currently. Just so I don't get, like, inventory clogged. Oh, hi. Sorry about that. Some dumb business. Let me get up for you, let me help you out. Let me know if there are any items you want to check, and I can hold them for you. Oh, is that you? Oh. Let me redo that. Oh, hi, sorry about that, some dumb business to help, make it up to you, let me help you out. Let me know if there's any items you want me to check in, I can hold them for you. I don't know why I gave him that. I don't know why he sings, and then whenever he's talking to his girlfriend, he just turns into a gremlin. Hi there, who are you? I'm Jive. I know all about weapons, so listen up. To build up a sun sword, increase its original anti-bases evenly, and then all 5 elemental attributes up to the necessary level.
Dude, I know. What are you going on with? It's like, oh yeah, just do the thing that the game already tells you. Wait a second, how much magic does this require? How much magic does this weapon have? Okay, so this probably can't turn into the Sun Sword. Would that be some shit if I already had a Sun Sword by the time that happened? And I'm just like, you know, Josuke didn't need to die. Josuke could have continued to live. Also... Oh, this is... Our lord. I'll probably save, because I don't know how long I'll have to be talking for. I'll check the perimeter, and then I will end the stream there. For the record. If I just got turned around, or... Oh no. Whammy? Hi, in Yellow Drops we keep a particular tradition for ages, but the boss completely disregarded it to build a high-tech factory. I wonder if it was the right thing to do. Do you really have to get rid of the old to create something new? It depends if the old shit is taking up room. Have you ever heard or seen the Bravery Launch? It's a cursed board that makes you want to jump off when you step on it. I'm not that stupid, I'll never get on it. Okay, way to climb up. A way to climb up. Wait, we get like a bunny character that their entire role is just to climb tiny ladders. It's like, huh. Yeah, how long have we been going? Yeah, about 5 hours. It's about right. Oh yes. Next time coming up, we are have some more dialogue and moon drops. I am just trying to make sure I haven't missed anything. Jive. Bit my own tongue for no good reason. Not that you need a reason to bite your own tongue. Do what you want. Sealing skill? Never heard of it. What is it? Sealing skill? Yeah, I've already been in here. Oh. Which, yeah. God, I can't wait to get something. Can't believe that Zombie got a girlfriend before me. Way to climb up. Hey, you're not from around here, are you, weirdo? Weirdo. So many throwaway characters I have to throw my throat at. Alright, well. If it doesn't let me save here. Let's see, does this let me go to another area? Yeah, alright. So I am going to be able to grind. Oh hey, I can return to this room. Which...
Oh, this is the one boss fight that I have seen that you can actually return to. Oh yeah, that'll be it for today. I will probably do a bunch of grinding. Just to bring Ungaga in line with everybody else to actually build up one of his weapons to at least another tier. But yeah, that'll be tomorrow. See you then. Oh, my throat. Oh, what a wonderful world. Sorry. Goodbye.